Don't go. Ah, okay, check mic test. 1, 2. Okay, check mic test. 2. Okay, check mic test.
Duplo na kayo, set din extra.
Start na ta, Sir Jom.
Napay gi-fix gamay si Sir Floor, sir.
Okay. Sige, sige.
Oo. Good morning, everyone. A happy Tuesday to one and all. Let us start the day with a quote from John Mayer, and it says, "If you had started doing anything 2 months or even 2 weeks ago, by today you would have been better at it." My respect to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Edilberto Leones Oplinaria Cecil 5, to our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Toledman Cesar, to the two chiefs of the functional divisions, Dr. Maria Eva Saire Edon of the CID and Dr. Maria Carmela Pumpong Ablin of the SGOD, CID, SGOD, OSDS personnel, public schools district supervisors, school administrators, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. This is the virtual orientation on the School Improvement Plan, or the SIP. To start with our program, let us now sing the Philippine National Anthem, to be followed by a prayer.
buhay upang hirap, tuwing ka nang mag-ibig sa manlulupi, ikapasisig sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong mukha. Malinaw ang tulad, awit sa paglay minamahal, ang iskat ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nag-ibig. Ang bituin na daraw niya kailan pa may mag-ibig. Luwalahan pasinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
اللهم يا من على العرش استوى، يا من خلق فسوى وقدر فهدى، وأعطى كل شيء خلقه ثم هدى. يا من أضحك وأبكى وأمات وأحيا، وأسعد وأشقى وأوجد وأبلى، ورفع وخفض وأعز وأذل، وأعطى ومنع ورفع ووضع. سبحان من شق البحار وأجرى الأنهار، وكور النهار على الليل والليل على النهار. يا من هدى من ضلاله وأنقذ من جهاله، وأنار الأبصار وأحيا الضمائر والأفكار. اللهم وفقنا لهداك، واجعل عملنا في رضاك. اللهم آت نفوسنا تقواها وزكها، أنت خير من زكاها، أنت وليها ومولاها. اللهم حبب إلينا الإيمان وزينه في قلوبنا، وكره إلينا الكفر والفسوق والعصيان، واجعلنا من الراشدين يا رب العالمين.
Dear God, we praise and honor you as the Lord of our lives and the Lord over and beyond. We pray, O God, for your mercy and forgiveness, especially in times when we forget about you, fail to follow you. O God, we thank you for coming into our lives and remind us that there is always hope for those who pray and believe. For all we have, lives, our work, our families, our neighbors, our co-workers, our friends, and even those against us, for whom we also pray. Thank you. O God, as one family, as one department of education, teach us to serve you and your people without counting the cost. Teach us to humble ourselves in the name of public service and serve others above our personal interests. And help us to put our faith in action and see you in everything we do and all those we serve, especially our learners. The heart of Decatan. Guide and lead our learners, teachers, administrators and staff, family, community, and stakeholders to become faithful to our core values of makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, and makabansa, and enable us to contribute to building the nation and the world, and to make us worthy stewards of all your creation. We bring back all the glory and honor to you, O Lord, our God. Amen.
Once again, a pleasant morning to each and everyone. This is the virtual reorientation on the school improvement plan. And to welcome us all in our webinar today, here is our education program supervisor of the special projects, programs, and activities of the SGOD section, representing our chief education supervisor of our SGOD. Let us all welcome Dr. Arlene D. Manginsay.
Thank you so much, Sir John. My warm greetings to our school division superintendent, Dr. Adelberto Oplinaria, to our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Rosemary T. Masisar, our GOD chief, Dr. Maria Carmila T. Ablin, our CID chief, Dr. Maria Eva Sairi Idon, to all division office personnel, our administrative officer, Sir Armando Paso, and the rest of the staff in the division office, and to all the school heads in attendance, teachers, if there are, and our local stakeholders. Good morning. According to Confucius, a Chinese philosopher, a man who does not plan long ahead will find trouble at his door. Guided with the above sayings, I am pleased to welcome you to this virtual reorientation on the school improvement plan. This online activity is very important to all schools, particularly to the school heads. Aside from adhering the mandate of our department of our 1,000 learners, since this IP is the heart of the school, which focuses on the school development, particularly in uplifting the academic status of our learners. School leaders must take note that in crafting our SIP, it must be collaborative. Tasks and relationships must tie together. The concern for the task must equal the concern for relationships, especially to our stakeholders. This activity is purposely done as we anchor on Brian Tracy's statement that every minute you spend in planning saves 10 minutes in execution. This gives you a 1,000% return on energy. So as leaders, we must not wait the time for improvement to happen in our school, but act on it ahead. Our SIP is our guiding star in navigating our schools towards development. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the challenges placed to our shoulders as leaders, especially in this new normal situation, is enormous. What we need is to help each other so that our dreams for our schools and our division as well will be realized. Let me end my remarks this morning by quoting the sayings of Waldo Emerson. Few people have any nets. They live for hand to mouth without plan and are always at the end of their line. Brace on top by planning ahead. Good morning and God bless everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arlene D. Manginsay. Hi, our SNSGOD. God bless you too, ma'am. And now to state the virtual reorientation and the school improvement plan. Here is our senior education program specialist of the planning and research section. Let's all welcome Dr. Bridget Emerlin Abalorio.
Now will be pasok to all our section heads, OSDS, CID, and SGOD personnel who are in attendance, to all our participants to this reorientation, my dear administrators, friends, ladies and gentlemen, my greetings of peace and good health. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. At this juncture, I will be presenting to you the statement of purpose in behalf of our Chief Education Supervisor in School Governance and Operations Division. I will be presenting to you the rationale of the conduct of this reorientation on the preparation and implementation of school improvement plan per DepEd Order number 44.
Sir, nakamute ka, sir.
Hello, Sir Jong.
Okay, can be heard now.
Ah, in what part nga na-mute ang ako ang microphone? Do I need to...
Mag-start din mo sa guidelines.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so our statement of purpose is anchored on the DepEd Order number 44 series of 2015, which is our guidelines on the Enhanced School Improvement Planning process or SIP process and the School Report Card or SRC. And this DepEd Order was released by the Department of Education on September 29, 2015. In other words, this DepEd Order was already used by all school administrators in the Philippines, in public elementary and secondary schools in the country, in the preparation and implementation of their SIP for the last two SIP cycles. We have the first SIP cycle was school year 2020,
Kaya nararabagid
2016
ako ang mga naman ani
to
kasaban ko.
2019,
So,
and
gitagamit ko sa crush.
the second SIP cycle, ang atong current karon, we have school year 2019-2020 to school year 2021-2022, and we are about now to end our second SIP cycle, and we need to prepare for the implementation of our SIP for the next three cycle, which is school year 2022-2023 to school year 2024-2025. Since we don't have new guidelines or policy in the preparation and implementation of SIP, therefore, we will be utilizing the same guidelines in implementing our SIP in our respective schools. And based on this guideline, so based on these guidelines, the schools shall prepare and implement the school improvement plan, the annual implementation plan, and the SRC following the SIP cycle. We have the three phases of the SIP cycle, which will be discussed later on by our facilitators. Schools Division Office shall provide the schools the division strategic directions, or what we call the division goals, to ensure that all SIPs are aligned to the DEDP. And of course, the schools division office shall provide technical assistance such as trainings and orientations to all school administrators on the preparation and implementations of the school improvement plan. So with this, I would like to present to all school administrators of DepEd Lanao del Norte Division our division strategic directions of DepEd Lanao del Norte. And our strategic directions are categorized into three major goals. Sir Earl in the first SIP cycle already shared this to all of you, and in the second cycle during our orientation, I also shared to you these three major goals, which is and these three major goals we have. First, achieved universal participation. So when we talk about achieved universal participation, we are talking about the access key performance indicators like the enrollment, we have the gross enrollment rate, we have the net enrollment rate, we have the intake retake rate, and we have the dropout rate. And for the goal number 2, which is improved learning outcomes. When we're talking about improved learning outcomes, we're talking about the quality key performance indicators like the academic performance of our learners, their performance in the National Achievement Test, Division Achievement Test, the reading skills. So these are the promotion rate. So these are the key performance indicators under quality. And for goal number 3, which is improved school-based management or SBM level of practice, we are talking about the governance key performance indicator. And talking about the governance key performance indicator, we are dealing with the how we implement the programs, the activities, the projects in our school. We are assessing now, we are looking at the level of the implementation of these programs, activities, and projects in our respective schools. So with this division, strategic directions that we have in the Department of Education, and with this activity, as school administrators being the school community planning team leaders or SPT leaders on the different steps and practices in the preparation and implementation of the school improvement plan for the school year 2022-2023 to school year 2024-2025. With this activity, the division office together headed by our school's division superintendent, Dr. Edilberto L. Oplinaria, CESO 5, would like to read the SIP crafted by the school community planning team, headed by the school administrators, an SIP that is aligned to the division education development plan, and that will contribute to the attainment of our division's goals, that is to achieve universal participation, improved learning outcomes, improved school-based management or SBM level of practice. So as we start our reorientation proper, I would like to ask all school administrators to give your full participation. This will be an avenue to all of you to express your concerns, to express your challenges, to express the issues that you encountered in the implementation of the SIP for the last 2 SIP cycles, and we would like to try our best together with the top management to give you technical assistance so that we can achieve our objectives in our schools. At the same time, we can contribute now to the attainment of the division's goals. Thank you and good morning. Back to you, Sir Joe.
Thank you so much, Sir Bridget. That's our senior education program specialist in the planning and research section. And now let's have a Zumba in order to brighten up our day and also to put some energy in our tired bodies. Sir?
When me love it up. All girls come, because I love will come to love. What's the ride? Now sing out that Campbell. Only for you.
Darling, I love you. Though you treat me cruel, you hurt me.
You break my heart, baby.
And
me. I wanna be a man. No you run gonna left me. Me can't understand. Buy you the ring, put you in a mansion. Wanna be a man, you want me run away a girl. Wanna be a man, you want me run away a girl. Wanna be a man, you want me run away a girl. Oh God, darling, I love you. Though you treat me cruel, you hurt me. You break up my heart and you make me cry into so many pieces. But if you leave me, I would surely die. Darling, there will never be another. No way. 'Cause I love you so. Don't ever leave me. Say you never go. I will always want it for my sweetheart. Yes, girl, come in. No matter what you do. Oh, Carol, I'm so in love with you. Hear this.
Okay, that's a great way to start the day to pump some energy into our bodies. So before we'll proceed, I would like to acknowledge, of course, our participants who are now joining us in our live stream through the YouTube link that we have given you. And so I would like to say good morning to our school administrators. They have been with us since 8 in the morning. The first five to join us, we have Sir Ryan Magsayo Naong of Piraka ES, Sir Alexander Doria, Ma'am Maria Liza Ebo of Santo Tomas, Sir Wahab Smith, and Ma'am Lizelle Olbo. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And of course, I would like to say good morning also. Di ko maisa-isa. I would just like to say good morning to Ma'am Norminda Limpao of Prais, Ma'am Rojosita Ann Pansi-Pansi, and Sir Camilo Bainosa, Ma'am Juliet Tuyor, watching from Abu Kankamo Elementary School, Sir Clifton Duavis of Marcila Timabanta National High School, maayong buntag, Ma'am Buena Fe Basinilio, to Ma'am Judith Rabaca, good morning, Ma'am Cristel Cibalios of Bacolod Central Integrated School, Mio Dansal of Tamparan ES, Krister Donya, Upper Tugar PS also joining us, Ma'am Mafe Misias, hello po, of Matampay Ilaya ES, Ma'am Jenjen Castro of Lindungan ES. Ayan. Good morning also to Ma'am Sunya Gumilaw. Sir Lito Buka of HT Feliciano ES. All right. So, again, thank you so much for your participation. And we will now give you the link of the attendance link. We're going to show you on screen. So, it will be shown on screen for the attendance. Okay, sir. Thank you, Sir Floor. Good morning to Ma'am Ofida Mangandingan, Ma'am Evangeline Tawan-Tawan, Sir Ronnie Dominguez, Ma'am Sherry May Flores, Ma'am Lontayo, and Sir Danilo Anticamara of Baloi National High School. Okay, so I guess we're set for the first topic. That is the school, its rationale, mandate, legal basis, guiding principles, definition of terms, policy statement, and overview of the SIP cycle. And to present this is our Senior Education Program Specialist of the Human Resource and Development section of the SGOD. Let's all welcome Ma'am Jennifer Ricafort Intong. Take it away, Ma'am Jen.
Okay, good morning once again. Thank you so much, Sir Jong, for the introduction. Okay, so this morning I am going to discuss about the guidelines on the enhanced school improvement planning process and the school report card. So by the way, this is the title. Oh, doggone. Okay, sorry for that. So going back to the rationale of the school improvement plan, the school improvement plan and the school report card are important elements of the Department of Education School-Based Management Trust. In the spirit of shared governance, the school with its stakeholders collaboratively prepares the SIP after a thorough analysis of their school and learner situation. Likewise, the SRC is a vital in SBM or the school-based management for it serves as a communication and advocacy tool to inform the stakeholders of the school status and to encourage and inspire them to take an active role in planning, managing, and improving the school. Based on a comprehensive review of the 2009 SIP and the SRC, including consultations with the various stakeholders, enhancements were made to the school improvement planning process. These enhancements build on the policies and processes already in place, strengthening the relationship between the SIP and SRC and harmonizing the planning process with the continuous improvement process. It thereby provides a more evidence based, responsive, systematic approach that aids the school in planning with their learners' perspective, with the learner's perspective in mind. It is hoped that through this policy, the vision of the department to develop a learner-centered organization that continuously improves to better serve the learner will be realized. What is the legal basis of the school improvement plan? So this policy emanates from the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001 or Republic Act 9155, which mandates the state to empower schools and learning centers to, to make decisions on what is best for the learners they serve. RA 9155 also entrusts to the school heads the authority, the accountability, and responsibility to develop school education programs and the school improvement plan. Furthermore, school heads are tasked to establish school and community networks to encourage active participation of teachers' organization, non-academic personnel of public schools, the Parents Teachers Community Association, especially in doing local initiatives for the improvement of the school. The SIP and the use of the SRC are means by which RA 9155 is actualized as the school continuously develops itself for its learners. So let's move here to the definition of terms for you to have a clear idea in which sometimes we'll be using this the abbreviation. So what is continuous improvement or the CI process? So the CI process is a methodology to continuously assess, analyze, and act on the performance improvement of key processes and service delivery, focusing on both stakeholder needs and the desired performance. What is continuous improvement projects? Projects that revolve around the continuous improvement of an identified school process and service delivery related to access, quality, or governance, with the end view of improving learning outcomes. So it is very clearly stated here what is the difference between continuous improvement process and continuous improvement project. So next term is evidence-based. Evidence-based is these are the needs identified in the school and for the learners that are supported by school community data, and the proposed solutions are tested and proven to be effective. So PIAs, or the priority improvement areas. These are selected areas in school management, operations, and service delivery that need to be changed to improve the three key result areas in basic education, which are the access, quality, and governance. A PIA, or a priority improvement area, is prioritized based on disparity with division goals, strategic importance, urgency, magnitude, and feasibility. So meaning to say, these are the mostly important areas to improve in our school. So school-based management, which is very common to us, this is the decentralization of decision-making authority from central down to the regional and division levels to the individual schools, with the intent of bringing together school heads, teachers, students, as well as parents and the local government units and the community at large to improve learning outcomes through effective schools. So for the policy statement of the school improvement plan, it states that successful planning and implementation are factors essential to effective governance. So a school that is governed well results in the effective delivery of basic education services. So basically, it is in the hands of the school heads for the effective delivery of the basic education. So essentially, an effective school contributes to the attainment of three key result areas. So it helps that every Filipino has access to complete basic education. That is our access. Every graduate is prepared for further education and the world of work. That is quality. And there is effective, transparent, and collaborative governance of basic education, and that is governance. So that is the three key result areas: the quality, access, quality, and governance. So looking at the bigger picture, the contributions of the schools together with the different DepEd offices help the department in achieving its organizational outcome of improving access to quality basic education. By doing this, DepEd ultimately contributes to the government's long-term goal of inclusive growth and poverty reduction in the Philippines. It is with this view that DepEd recognizes that at the heart of the delivery of education services is the school. The efforts of the school's division offices, the regional offices, the central office should then be directed towards helping the schools become more effective in achieving the key result areas and in implementing education reforms. particularly the K to 12 basic education program. So this policy actualizes this recognition of schools and the support that should be given in terms of planning and implementation. So what is school improvement plan? Okay, I'm so sorry for that. So a school improvement plan is a roadmap that lays down specific interventions. Okay, I am so sorry for that. Okay, so going back, what is a school improvement plan? Okay, a school improvement plan is a roadmap that lays down specific interventions that a school, with the help of the community and other stakeholders, undertakes within a period of 3 consecutive years. So 3 consecutive years. So our school improvement plan is a plan for 3 years. It aims to improve the three key result areas in basic education, which are the access, the quality, and governance. So again, it is evidence-based, result-based, and child or learner-centered. The SIP is central in school-based management and is prepared by the School Community Planning Team or the SPT. So it is the basis for the school's annual implementation plan. So it is a reminder that our SIP is not just prepared by the school, but it is prepared in collaboration with the school community planning team that involves our stakeholders. So if you notice during SBM validation, there will be no SBM validation if there is no if there is no approved school improvement plan. So the year by year plan for the priority improvement areas is the annual implementation plan. It contains the specific activities, outputs, the required resources, schedule, and individuals who will be accountable for the said priority improvement area. So you will find a timeline for the preparation of the SIP and AIP in the attached flowchart. So the SIP development and implementation process, its mandate. So in accordance to the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001 or the Republic Act 9155, the Department of Education promotes shared governance through SBM. Under this mandate, school heads are tasked to develop the SIP. So what are the guiding principles? So the development and implementation of the SIP shall be guided by the following principles. The SIP shall be anchored on the DepEd vision, mission, core values, strategies, and on central, regional division and the school goals. So remember that our SIP shall be evidence and results based, and it shall be child and learner centered. The SIP requires innovative and systems thinking and a mindset of continuous improvement. So meaning to say it will not just end there, but it must be continuously our learners and our schools as well. The formulation and implementation of the SIP shall involve the active participation of all education stakeholders in the school and community, such as the school heads, teachers, our parents, community leaders, and the learner themselves, among others. SIP development and implementation cover a period of 3 years and follow three phases. That is the assess, the plan, and act. The AIP, which is a year-by-year plan, likewise undergoes these three phases with each year's implementation being checked for its progress to ensure continuous improvement. So the school planning team, with the help of school stakeholders, shall ensure that the improvements done during the implementation will be further developed and enhanced. Thus, it is called a continuous improvement cycle. So I will be showing to you a figure of the summary of the SIP AIP cycle. The specific details for the activities in each phase will be further explained in the subsequent sections of this presentation. Okay, so this is the SIP cycle. So if you notice there, the cycle begins with the assess phase. So during the assess phase, this is the identification of the priority improvement area. So in this phase, the school is going to identify what are the priority improvement area of the school. So it is done with the general objective of the school for the SIP to be set. So this phase includes listening to the voice of the learners and other stakeholders and analyzing the school data and processes to determine the root cause of each priority improvement area. So this is the time that you will do an assessment of what are the priority areas that needs improvement in our school. So after assessment, it is now the planning phase. So during the planning phase, it involves the preparation and writing of the SIP and the AIP. So it is when this on this phase that the formulation of solutions and development of the projects designs are done. So planning, looking for solutions on the planning phase. So after identifying what are the solutions, after formulating and identifying the solutions and development of the projects to be implemented, this is now the act phase. During the act phase, this involves a small scale testing, then implementation of the solutions. So constant checking of the progress of implementation is done in this phase as well. So diri na ang implementation stage. And this is also where we are going to check how far our projects has gone. Did the solutions we targeted really give answers to our problems? So it is where on this act phase, that is where the testing of our solutions will come in. So as your school proceeds to plan their AIP for year 2, and year 3, the process goes back. So cycle siya, magbalik-balik lang siya. So after implementation, after testing for the solutions, so we will go back again to the assess phase on the second year. So this is where the school planning team, on the second year na niya ha, this is where the school planning team analyzes the impact of solutions that were implemented to check for progress. So the school planning team then reviews their AIP, reanalyzing the data and revisiting the root cause to ensure that projects continue to address the existing needs and will contribute to the general objectives stated in the school improvement plan. So the annual implementation plan for the next year of implementation should contain the adjustments and lessons learned from the previous implementation. So, reporting the progress of implementation to stakeholders is very much important, and it is done using the school report card and other reporting forms. So, that is why there must be a school report card every end of the school year. This is where the school health is going to report to the stakeholders how far the implementation has gone. Okay, so I guess that ends my presentation. And thank you so much for bearing with me. And again, I'm so sorry for that distraction a while ago. So, Sir Jong,
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Jen. And thank you for sharing with us the first topic, and that is the school improvement plan, rationale, mandate, legal basis, guiding principles, and the policy statement and the overall view or the overview of the SIP cycle. Okay, so again, I would like to check the attendance of our viewers, our participants. What are the three key areas of the SIP cycle? Please answer in the YouTube link that we have given you. What are the three key areas in the SIP cycle? Good morning to Ma'am Virginia Juquino of Suso IS, Ma'am Wilma Obatay, good morning. Sir Sabino Caberte of Panuloan Elementary School, Sapad District, is also watching. Sir Socorro Pigalan, Ma'am Jamila Muner, Ma'am Katrina Carion. We have one answer here from Ana Lorraine Lucot, Ma'am. Assess Plan Act. Correct, Ma'am Francisca Lorraine. Assess Plan Act. Sir Daw Kabugatan Act and Assess. Tama po kayong lahat. Ma'am Zanaida Omar, Assess Plan Act. Sir Amin Marabong, Assess Plan Act. Camilo Bainosa, you're all correct. Sir Ma'am Ramona Ali, Ma'am Diverly May Andrino, Ma'am Marjorie Pino, okay, very good. Ma'am Banji Tawan-Tawan. Ma'am Maria Teresa Claus, you're all correct. Ang dami nating valedictorian sa umagang ito. Congratulations. Okay, so they're really listening, Ma'am Jen. Nakuha nila yung key areas of the SIP cycle. All right, so in the meantime, we're going to have a health break and we'll be back at exactly, so let's just take a 10-minute health break. We'll be back at 10:01. So you can now go to the toilet or have your coffee. So in the meantime, may we ask our ICT to play some music while we are having our health break? Can we do that? Thank you, Sir JD. And so we're back. So that's a short break for all of us, according to Ma'am Vanjit Tawan-Tawan. Thank you for giving us a healthy 10-minute break, Sir Jong. You're welcome po, ma'am. And I would like to say good morning and good day po sa lahat watching from Simpak Elementary School. Hi to Ma'am Margie Akosalem. Hi to Sir Kamar Moto, Ma'am Maysara Tumarompong, Ma'am Milagros Baroquillo, Ma'am Josie Sanchez, Ma'am Charlene Aying, and Ma'am Elsie Arellano. Maayong buntag ka natong tanan. So, I guess we're all ready for the second topic. That is the School Improvement Plan, or SIP, preparatory activities. So I'm going to discuss the talk number 2, the preparatory activities of the School Improvement Plan. So during this time, of course, we've been doing this for many years, and all the school administrators have the knowledge and, of course, the expertise na when it comes to gathering information on the situation of our children and learners in terms of their access to quality basic education and the situation, of course, of the school in terms of governance. So I guess refresher na lang ito. And for those new school heads, those school in charge na handling schools now, so this will be for all of you guys. And we are enabling you to be acquainted with all the processes and, of course, get the knowledge on how to begin the SIP process. So, again, I'm Giovanni Malasarte Pangasian, the Education Program Specialist 2 of the Human Resource and Development section of the SGOD. So, the first step for our preparatory activities, we have to prepare for the SIP development. So what shall we do? Gather and organize the necessary data. So before the start of the planning session, of course, yung school head natin and of course yung selected team will be responsible for the conduct of preparatory activities. Isa na dyan yung gathering and consolidating data and information, and of course, the preparation of the profile of your school, and including your community and the environment. So how long will be the duration of the preparation? So this will run for 2 weeks. So 2 weeks po. So yung school head with the team will be responsible in gathering and consolidating data and information. So yung school head mismo will lead in profiling, of course, data gathering, and depending on the data needs, will conduct meetings with the stakeholders when necessary. So your school team should gather data on access, quality, and governance. Ito po yung tatlong key areas. Okay? So ito po yung tatlong key areas: access, quality, and governance. So yung answer natin kanina, those are the phases of the SIP cycle. Alright, so yung assess, plan, and act. So saan natin makikita lahat ng data na ito? I would like to ask you guys. Saan natin makikita? Okay, anybody from the group? Please answer in our YouTube live. Saan natin makikita lahat ng data na kailangan natin? Lahat po ng information with regards to access, quality, and governance. So ito yung tumutulong sa atin na ma-organize lahat ng existing data that we have. So what kind of template shall we use? Anybody from our participants, please answer in our YouTube. Okay, may nag-answer dito. Ma'am Sanaida Omar. School situation. Marjorie Pino performance indicator. Key performance indicators or the SRC. Yes, nandyan po lahat. But what particular template po dapat nating ma-gather yung data and then we can consolidate the data from? What particular template? From Ma'am Gladys Villacorta School Keys Performance Data, Ma'am Rujusita and Pansi School Report Card. Yes, tama po. Lahat po ng data na makikita natin nasa school report card. But in gathering data, what template shall we use para po makagather tayo ng data? ESRC or the electronic SRC, BEIS. You are all correct, but I'm looking for the particular answer. What kind of template po included in the DepEd Order number 44 series of 2015? So far, tama naman yung sagot natin, SMEA, ABEIS, SRC. But what particular template are we going to use in order to gather data? Nasa Annex 11 po siya. Or Annex 1A. Yung pinakauna po na annex ng DO 44 series of 2015. Sige nga. Okay. SRC, SBM, SMEA, you are all correct. But what particular template are we going to use in order to gather data? Nandun po yung school profile, yung teacher's profile, nandun po lahat. Ano yan? Anong template yan? Nandun na lahat, promotion, graduation rates, situation of children, yung learners natin, dropout rates, number of dropouts for the last 3 years. Kompleto po. Anong tawag po ng template? It's in DO 44 series of 2015. This is what we will fill out if we are gathering data. Anybody? You are all right. Of course, we can get data from the EBEIS, the SRC. Pero ano pong template, particular template that we shall use in order so that we can get the required data and information? Included na po yung geography doon. Yung location ng school, relative distance ng school, incidence of crimes, yung incidence of natural hazards. For example, kung yung school natin is prone to flood or landslide, chine-check natin yon for the last 3 years. So what are the 3 most frequent natural hazards na nangyayari sa community natin? May typhoon ba, storm, palaging may low pressure area, or for those na nasa near the Panguil Bay storm surge, o ano pong template ang gagamitin natin? Okay, so wala pang nakakuha. May nag-answer. Ayan na, ang dami na pala. Okay, so let me check. Sir June Mark Ontolan, yes, you are correct. School Community Data Template of Annex 1A of DO 44 series of 2015. Tama po kayong lahat. Ma'am Ana Lorraine Locot, Ma'am Riza Banjala, Sir Pablo Nisnisan, Ma'am Ana Lorraine Locot. All right, Sir Alexander Doria. So, next slide, please. We are going to use the Anong tawag? School Community Data Template. Yun po ang gagamitin natin. Ayan po siya, Annex 1A. So that's the sample form of the template. Kita nyo yung school profile, and then meron ding mga teacher's profile. Marami po talaga yan. Okay, so let's continue. Next slide, Ma'am Jen. After sa school data community template. School community data. What slide are you now, ma'am? Fourth slide. School community data template. Okay na, so ang dami na nakasagot. Thank you so much. They are really participating, meaning they're listening to us. Ayan, napaka-participative ng ating mga school administrators. So we're just checking on you guys. Okay. So in preparation for our meeting with our school planning team, when we create the school report card, according to the minimum information found in our SRC summary of information in Annex 11, so most of the information that we need to create the SRC are already found in the school community data template. Now, what shall we do para magiging dashboard niya ito? So we just have to turn them into graphs or charts. So we can add more information in the SRC according to what else you think is necessary or are necessary to report to your school planning team. So when we gather data, we just orient our team on what data should be gathered. So nandun po lahat sa school community data template. Then we group the data that will come from similar sources and assign teams for each data source. So yung mga teachers natin, when I was teaching way back in 2013 to 2015 at San Isidro Upper Elementary School, we were assigned to different puroks. So naging purok enabler po ako, and then we were assigned to a particular purok, and then we gathered data. So it's important na magiging friend po tayong lahat sa ating mga kababayan natin sa isang barangay, especially to the certain purok that you are assigned to, so that we can easily get the data or the information that we need. So to save time, meron din tayong data, of course, ating EBEIS. Tama yung sinabi niyo kanina, that we can also retrieve data from the Enhanced Basic Education Information System. Importante din na magkaroon tayo ng mga school and community-based meetings para ma-maximize natin lahat ng gathering natin ng primary and secondary data for school planning. So kung may mga specific concerns din tayo, for example, as I have mentioned a while ago, kailangan natin ng sufficient data in getting the information about disasters and risks and hazards sa ating barangay. So we have to contact the Barangay Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council or the Municipal Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, or the BDRRMC and the MDRRMC. So yung data na i-gather natin at i-organize, of course, will be immense. Ang dami po niyan and will be varied. So we have to devise a system to consolidate all the gathered data into the school community data template in Annex 1A. So ito yung template that we have created, can be a single container. We can call a single container to better organize our data. But if you already have an efficient system in your school of organizing data, gaya ng sinabi ko, from the purok, and you are going to consolidate all the data, so you can use that kung ano na po yung mga nakasanayan nating gawin for the previous years, we can use that system in better organizing our data. So again, please remember that the number of 4 to 17-year-old children enrolled and the number of out of school are some of the most important basic information used in planning. So these are used to anticipate enrollment for the coming school years. And of course, para magkaroon din tayo ng mechanism for actively seeking children not in school. So just like to share my experience also at Sario Roda when Dr. Edith Ortega went there for the SBM validation. She was able to trace one learner na nasa community pero hindi na-enroll, not in school. And then it's so, it's just noteworthy that certain kagawad stepped in order to answer kasi yung learner pala na yun has a disability mentally. So, ayun, so the learner was not enrolled in school. So, importante talaga na alam nating lahat, especially our community stakeholders, our external partners, na alam yung informasyon about our learners na enrolled in our school and those children not in school. So kailangan natin yan. We have to know everybody, every learner in our barangay. So actually, we are exposed to these data when our school campaigns for early registration, which happens in January, right? So pag meron tayong early registration ng January, anong ginagawa natin? Anong ginagawa natin when we are having our early registration? Anybody? Can you share it at our YouTube? I'll be waiting for your answers. So ano yung ginagawa natin in the early registration? And what kind of tool shall we use during the early registration? Anybody from the group? Share naman kayo dyan sa ating YouTube link. Yes, you are right. Ma'am Ramona Ali, community mapping. Sir Ryan Magsayo Naong, mapping. Sir Junmark Ontulan, school mapping. Tama po kayong lahat. Okay? During this time of the early registration, we are going around our communities with volunteers from the barangay, civic organization, to promote early registration. And of course, we are using the child mapping tool. Kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng community mapping. So yung tool na to, it provides us with a template that will help us gather essential data during the early registration campaign. This data can be used for planning. All right. So again, Ma'am Jen, kindly click on the next slide. It's very important that during our preparatory activities that we orient our team. Okay, lahat ng gagawin, kasama na dun yung child mapping, community mapping, and then we have to conduct community meetings after that, then group the data, and then organize the data. Next slide, please. And we can also harness the data that is available in our community. Importante na yung mapping, your child mapping together with the early registration activities. Di ba alam natin na at least every 3 years yung start ng SIP cycle. So assuming that there are no major changes in the population of your community, so walang masyadong changes. Kung walang major changes in the population, walang masyadong bata na mag-enter ng grade school. So, ayan. So it's very important that we also have to take note of events causing major population changes. So kung may sakuna, syempre, yung mga pamilya natin, they will transfer to other barangays. Siguro, they plan to seek refuge or greener pasture sa ibang barangay or sa ibang municipality. And nagta-transfer yung father kasi yung work nandoon, so yung buong pamilya kinuha niya. So there will be major population changes pag ganun ang nangyayari. So child mapping should be conducted to account for the children in our community. Other tools were also provided for us in the guidebook, the CFSS in Annex 2A or the Child Friendly School Survey, right? So alam na ito ng ating mga school principals kasi kailangan ito. It's a required information in the SRC. Tama ba o hindi? 'Di ba? Yung CFSS natin or Child Friendly School Survey, it's a required information in the SRC. So nandoon din yung Child Protection Policy Implementation Checklist. So ito yung mga important tools to help your school reflect on and improve your status as a learner-centered institution. Parati natin yung sinistress sa ating vision and mission as a learner-centered institution. Okay? So, in relation to school governance, you should also gather data on your school's vulnerability to risks and disaster. So, following the policy in student-led school watching and hazard mapping, as stated in DepEd Order number 23 series of 2015. So, kailangan na we have to fill out all the necessary data sa ating student-led school watching and hazard mapping. And data gathering might be, a lot of work, but again, according to Sir Bridget, it's a fundamental step in school planning. So be patient. If your data is not accurate, it can result to marami, to objectives and solutions that are not responsive to the real needs of our learners in our school. So again, importante po na if we are planning to do child mapping during our early registration activities and there are schools in our barangay, there are other schools, in our barangay. So for example, may dalawang schools sa isang barangay. So it's important that we coordinate with our district supervisor or of course coordinate with our school division superintendent so that we can cover more ground by working with other schools. So just to make sure to set clear expectations and delegate tasks fairly. So marami po tayong mga stakeholders, yung teachers natin, empower natin. So if we do this, it will also be easier to consolidate and share information between schools and between communities. All right? So I guess we're ready for the second step. What is the second step? Form the SPT. That's the second step. So, sino ba yung school planning team? So, dapat may 7 stakeholders to become members of the SPT. So, the SPT should have a good gender balance and shall be composed of the following: the school head as the team leader, 1 parent representative, barangay and LGU representative, the member of the BDRRMC, and member of the School Child Protection Committee. So please note that at least one of your members should be a member of the School Governing Council or the SGC. So the school head may opt to add more members to its SPT as deemed necessary kung meron po tayong mga NGO representatives, or meron tayong IP representatives. In the case of our Muslim brothers and sisters, if they have our alive teachers, so dapat nandun din sila, and school alumni. Okay, so again, yung IP and Muslim representation should be considered in our school planning team. So representative from communities adjacent to the one where your school is located may be included as members as well, especially if there is a significant number of existing potential students coming from these communities. Okay? So if more members are added, make sure that the total number is still an odd number to prevent voting deadlocks. So odd number lang po tayo. So 7, 9, 11, ganon. More than 50% of existing SPT members must be present to reach quorum. Again, 50% po kung meron po tayong SPT na conferences and conduct official business, kailangan po 50% of the attendance. So when a member needs to be absent from meeting, so he or she may send a substitute who can speak for her or for him as long as the substitute has the same representation as the member. Ayan. So our team should be able to accomplish the following. We have the school community data template, child mapping tool, school report card, the child, and the school watching checklist and hazard map. Okay na po. So I would like to check your output. Um, can we do that? In small school siguro, no? So list members for the SPT with their representations. So sino-sino ba yung in-invite ninyo or in-include ninyo aside from the ones mentioned sa ating SPT? So sino-sino pa po? I want to know. Can you please type in our YouTube link? Jen? I-click palihog. Ang katong your team should be able to accomplish the following. Okay, so again, school community data template, child mapping tool, school report card, child-friendly school survey, child protection policy implementation checklist, school watching checklist, and hazard map. Again, my question is, sino-sino po yung included pa aside from the 7 mentioned a while ago? Sino yung ika-8, 9th, and 10th sa mga school ninyo? I want to know kung meron pa po pang ibang representatives from NGOs. Okay, so from Ma'am Francisca Larin, thank you so much. SBM Education Committee, tama po. SSG Governor and then the Faculty President. Yes, that's right. Ma'am Mafe Misayas, SGC officers, PTA officers, barangay LGU, and private representatives. Very good. Kailangan meron tayong representatives sa ating mga external stakeholders. So kung meron tayong mga private representatives, mas maganda. Mark Johans Villacora alumni, yes. We can also include our alumni and the school governing council president. According to Ma'am Risa Banjala and Sir John Mark Ontolan. Ito si Ma'am Risa at si Sir John Mark, napaka-participative talaga. Sayang nga lang, wala si Chief ngayon. You must have a prize for your participation. And Sir Ryan Magsayo Naong, PTA, SGC, and Teachers Association. I hope maka-visit na ko diya, sir, sa imuhang school sa Piraka. You seem to be doing well. Congratulations. Ma'am Maria Estela Imbong, school alumni. DLGU, Barangay LGU Education Committee Chairman. Yes, correct. It's important to always include our Education Committee Chair of our barangay. Muslim representative, according to Ma'am Estela Imbong. Tama po. So again, all these stakeholders, if really they need to have a representation in our school planning team, please do so. Kailangan po talaga yan. All right, so let's continue. Jen. Third step will be convene the SPT for orientation. So this time, kailangan we have to meet with our SPT. So before the meeting, make sure that you have a copy of the DepEd vision, mission, the core values, and the division goals. So you may also use your school strategic goals if it is available, but please ensure that this is still aligned with the division goals. And nandito po yung sample data na pwede natin gawin sa ating suggested agenda for a one-day SPT conference. So morning session, orientation of the SIP process, may vision sharing tayo, and then afternoon session, our scheduling. So sample lamang po yan sa ating SPT conference if we're going to hold an SPT conference. So activities that can engage your SPT more and can help foster camaraderie are encouraged. So we encourage you to think of activities for this. Step aside from what is listed in this guidebook, in the guidebook that we are having of the DO44 series of 2015. So if you can plan an exciting way to do this, pwede kayong mag beach getaway or mag-dry picnic sa Durano View while doing this. O, di ba? Or go to Baroy Dakak Resort. Nag-promote naman ako. Or you can go to the view deck of Cathedral Falls in Kapatagan. Marami ng pasnaks doon. So you can do this actually and foster camaraderie with your stakeholders and your SPT. So ang dami ko nakita na uploads this over the weekend kasi nga bago tayo nag 2020 na Ma'am Jen, bago yung mga pabuenas galing sa DepEd. So happy kay ato ang mga teachers and administrators kay nakadawat na sila sa ilang PBB, and it's just so happened that we had a long weekend this weekend. So I have seen a lot of posts. Maganda yon. Maraming teachers, especially to Bud Central, right, Ma'am Jen? They went to SND. That's one way. So if you are planning of activities rather than just having a discussion with our SPT, so feel free to do these team building activities on top of the vision sharing activities so that you can, of course, strengthen our relationship with our school planning team. Ayan. So, isang tip lang, mga tip lang yan siya on how to be creative in our SPT conference. So, hindi lang yung nasa four corners lang tayo ng classroom, ng ating SBM room, tos may PowerPoint presentation. That's so boring, right? So we are encouraging you to think of activities na out of this world. Oh, ayan, out of this world. Para happy ang lahat. Okay, so next slide, Ma'am Jen. So during the conference, SPT members should be informed about the following. Importante po na ma-discuss natin ito so that they can really understand why the SIP and AIP are important for the school and the learners. So, yung mandate ng DepEd on the SIP, it's very important. So, during the part of this orientation, kailangan lang natin na we have to really discuss the mandate of DepEd para maintindihan ng ating mga stakeholders. What is SIP for? And then the SIP key features and principles, i-discuss natin yan. SIP development and implementation cycle and phases. So of course, as the SPT chair, yung school head and yung members, you ask a member of the SPT to facilitate the brainstorming of roles and responsibilities of each member para hindi naman po mabigat yung trabaho. So importante na we have to be very specific on the roles and responsibilities of each member. Ano bang trabaho ni Alive? Ano ba ang trabaho ni SGC President? So ano bang trabaho ni teacher? Si school head, ano naman? So give everyone a chance to share their ideas. And being the school head, you are now the facilitator to synthesize the ideas and let the SPP comment on and then approve what has been discussed. Okay? Ganun lang po yung mangyayari during the SPP conference. Wherever you will hold it, importante po that we can get a common goal in our that is aligned with our vision and mission in the Department of Education. So, yung vision sharing natin, so for example, um, yung first paragraph ng DepEd Vision, sige nga, ano yung first paragraph ng DepEd Vision? What are the first four words of our DepEd Vision? Sige nga, I want to see. What are the first four words of the DepEd Vision? Vision po muna tayo. I'm waiting for your answers at our YouTube link. What are, okay, we dream of Filipino people. Number one, si Sir Dao Kabugatan. We dream of Filipinos. So we dream of Filipinos who passionately love their country. So during the conference, paano po natin yan madidiscuss? So you ask, what does this mean for us? Ano bang ibig sabihin ng we dream of Filipinos? So ano yung mga dreams natin for the children of our school? So how do our dreams relate to DepEd's vision? Kailangan align yan. So that particular line, we always utter every Monday when we have our flag ceremony. We dream of Filipinos who passionately love their country and whose values and competencies enable them to realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully to building the nation. Okay, what does this mean for us? Ano ba ang realization natin dito? So we have to take the dreams of our children and relate it to the DepEd's vision. So yung second paragraph ng DepEd Vision, it's asking, what does being learner-centered and continuously improving mean for us? Ano ba yung learner-centered talaga? And ano yung continuous improvement talaga sa ating school at sa ating community? Paano natin yan gagawin? What are the steps to be undertaken in order to get that particular line? Na talagang learner-centered yung school natin. Totoo bang learner-centered ang school natin? Are we continuously improving or are we stagnant? Kayo po ang makaka-answer niyan. So what does it mean to us? So these are just the lines na we take for granted in memorizing and when uttering during flag ceremonies. But if we try to go deeper into these lines and relate it with our situation in our school, in our learners, then we can all go back to the day when we have sworn to the Department of Education that we are going to serve to the best of our abilities. So let's just go down to the memory lane kung ano ba talaga ang purpose natin. So if we are going to go deeper on these lines, then we can clearly have the goals within our reach. So it's the same thing for the DepEd mission. At the end of the discussion, you can ask, what can we contribute to this? Ano bang pwede nating gawin? So ano yung DepEd mission natin? Sige nga, can we all recite together? Can you recite in 1, 2, 3, go? To protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based and complete basic education where students learn in a child-friendly, gender-sensitive, safe, and motivating environment. Teachers facilitate learning and constantly nurture every learner. Administrators and staff, as stewards of the institution, ensure an enabling and supportive environment for effective learning to happen. Ano nangyayari ngayon? Ba't kulelat pa rin tayo sa buong Asia sa mga tests? So are we really giving the supportive environment needed by our learners? And the last line, family, community, and other stakeholders are actively engaged and share responsibility for developing lifelong learners. Sana hindi na tayo kulelat next year sa math, sa science, sa English, na mga tests. Okay? So if we just go back to each line, we can really better serve our learners and our stakeholders and continuously improve ourselves for the betterment of our department. Makabayan ko ngayong umagang ito. So I'm just sharing because we just take these lines for granted every day and we're just reminded na if we are going to ask these lines to ourselves, ano ba yung role natin for each line? As a school administrator, as a teacher, ano ba yung role ko in order to develop these goals? So, kailangan we have to go back again to the STORM statement that we did when we had our panunumpa sa katungkulan sa ating pamahalaan, katungkulan sa gobyerno. And also for the DepEd core values, we can ask, what values do we possess that support the core values? Makabayan, makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan. How should we be? What should be our thoughts and actions so that we can demonstrate these core values? And how will these values help us to fulfill the mission and vision? Diba? Makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Ano-ano yung mga values natin that we can demonstrate in our school, that we can demonstrate to our teachers, that we can demonstrate to our children entrusted to us. So if we're just going to ask ourselves every day these questions, then we will surely be guided in what we do for the day. So when I started the conference this webinar with a saying from John Mayer, if you had started doing anything for 2 months or even 2 weeks ago, by today you have been better at it. And we have been doing this SIP since 2015. Are we doing better at it? Are we better 7 years ago as compared 7 years ago? So only you can tell. Only you can answer, my dear school administrators. All right, so I guess that's all. And I would like to thank you for listening. And I hope that you have learned something, especially those who are new in the field and those who are handling schools that are new in administering in the administration of your own school. So I just hope that you got something from the sharing that I did with you this morning. All right, so once again, thank you so much. And I would like to ask a question now, and you can answer in the YouTube live stream. Ma'am Anna Lorraine Locott, I would just like to read her comment. Promote student achievement and preparation for global competitiveness and by fostering educational excellence and ensuring equal access. You are correct, ma'am. Oh, ayan, si Ma'am Vanji tawan-tawan nag-promote ng Hardin de Racma. Again, so it's really up to you. How are you going to do your SPT planning, the school planning team with your other stakeholders? So it's really up to you. How do you design your conference and how you make it fun and lively? Okay, so do we have questions so far? If you have questions, you can type your questions at our YouTube live stream and we can answer you later. Anybody? Thank you, Sir Giovanni. You're welcome, Ma'am Rojacita and Pansi Pansi of Marcela Timabanta, right, Ma'am Jen? She's now assigned at Marcela Timabanta. Hello po, Ma'am. Okay, no questions so far. So Gladys Villacorta said, thank you, Sir John, for your clear discussion of the topic. You're welcome po, Ma'am Gladys. Okay, so we'll have the talk number 3 and talk number 4 later this afternoon. In the meantime, I want you to um, take this time up to 11:30 to plan, okay, for and reassess yourselves. Where are we in our school improvement plan? Where are we in our depth vision and mission, and how are we relating our communities, our learners with our situation with the plans that we do for the improvement of our school? You're welcome po, Ma'am Mildred Yanok, Ma'am Joy Ababa, Ma'am Fatima Salik, Ma'am Elsa Montesa, Ma'am Maria Lisa Ebo, Ma'am Germa Maglangit, Sir Sabino Caberte, Ma'am Edna Milicio, Ma'am Jocelyn Manusa, Ma'am Judith Rabaca, and Ma'am Riza Banjala. Thank you, Sir John, for that very informative discussion. Sir Pogi, sino po si Sir Pogi? Okay, so up to 11:30 po tayo. I want you to reassess yourselves and then try to go again with your mechanisms and your systems in organizing your data after consolidating it. So how do you do it and what are the best practices that you do in school, and continue to reflect. Okay, so we'll be having our early break and then we'll be back at exactly 1 in the afternoon. So I guess you still have a lot of things to do. So you can do that now. And then we'll see each other again at exactly 1. Okay lang po ba? So shout out muna sa ating mga friends. Sir Silmar Magpili, Ma'am Ma'am Josephine Ignacio. Congrats, Sir John, for a comprehensive discussion. Ma'am Ramla Pado, Ma'am CP Sajara, Ami Balindong, Sir Amin Marabong of Mabuhay IS rather, IS na sila ngayon. Ma'am Ellen Cabangca, Ma'am Jamaira Buale, Ma'am Dina Libot. Like your voice, Sir John. Thank you, Ma'am Dina. Miss you. Okay, so lunch break muna tayo. And then we'll be back at exactly 1 in the afternoon. See ya.
보니까 나도 널 보잖아. 베베베베 널 보내잖아. 덩덩이 흔들려. 심박이 빨라져. 네가 날 보니까 관심 없는 짧은 이말 갑자기 높이기는 너다는 아주 외치는 손을 긋던 그런 너를 어떻게 너를 어떻게 눈을 본다 눈을 본다 눈을 본다 우우우 빠져든다 넌 우우우 꿈속에서도 자꾸만 보여 어떻게 baby tell me why 널 보면 생각나 매일 땀나면 자꾸 오늘도 왜 예뻐 갈수록 더 숨길 수 없는 날 보면 자꾸 이렇게 down oh my god 순간에 뺨 날 내려놓게 하는 baby you 갑자기 뺨 정신없게 흔들어대는 you 날 보면 생각나면 자꾸 오늘도 왜 baby 갈수록 더 숨길 수 없는 날 보면 자꾸 이렇게 down oh my god
All right, there you have it, friends, ladies and gentlemen. A afternoon Zumba. What a lovely afternoon. And Ma'am Arlene Mayunsay is smiling. Thank you so much to our ICT team, headed by Sir Flor Derek Pilarde. And of course, thank you to Sir JD Amboy for that engaging dance, Zumba dance. All right, so we are now in our afternoon session of our virtual reorientation and the school improvement plan. And before we'll proceed with our first speaker, I would just like to answer a query from Ma'am Marilu Apat before we had our lunch. So good afternoon, everybody. I would like to welcome everyone to our afternoon session. Ang dami nang nag-comment dito, Ma'am Arlene. So they're so ready. But before that, let me just answer the query of Ma'am Apat. She was expecting that we are going to discuss in details the roles and responsibilities of our school planning team. It was not mentioned or specified in the DepEd Order number 44 series of 2015, Ma'am Malu. So it's in the description. It's in your power. So empowerment of school principals. So it's up for you to designate your teachers, your stakeholders, and what to do. And being the school head, you will be the team leader. So convening them into your SPT conference, and then you just provide guidance in whatever they do and in the development of the plan, and then clearly explain to them the SIP planning process, and then help them understand also their roles. It's really up to you of how you're going to divide the tasks. School Governing Council representative, of course, he or she must actively participate in the development of the SIP by establishing the priorities and setting of goals and strategies for the school improvement. So also part of the initiation of the formation of the whole plan itself. So for the barangay and LG representative, of course, you can get valuable information from them on the interest of the community in school improvement, and they can also participate in setting goals, strategies, and priorities of the school. So you can get available resources from them, and dami doon, galing sa barangay, in the implementation of the plan. And of course, your teacher representative will provide needed information relative to teaching and the learning process. So, nasa sa inyo na po lahat ng mga roles, nasa sa inyo na po kung paano nyo i-divide yung task, and kung kani-kanino mo yun i-designate yung mga roles and responsibilities. So I hope that's clear. It's not really specified in the DepEd Order number 44, series of 2015. Again, principal empowerment po tayo. Okay, so I guess we're ready for our first topic this afternoon, and that is Phase 1, the School Plan SIP Phase 1 Assess. This will be discussed and presented to us by our Education Program Supervisor. Without much further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Dr. Arlene D. Manginsay. Take it away, Ma'am Arlene.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope everybody would take time for this discussion that we'll be having this afternoon. Please here with us. This time is 3 hours past. Please help new plan. So my task this afternoon, but before that, is just a short recapitulation on what we have learned this morning based on the discussion of Sir Jong and Ma'am Jennifer. Ma'am Jennifer reiterated on the different mandates, the rationale, legal basis, the definition of terms, the guiding principle, the policy, and the overview of the SIP cycle. And right then and there, Sir Jong also discussed to us on the preparatory activities before having or crafting the school improvement plan. So Sir Jong discussed to us this morning on the rule of the school planning team. That's why Mama Lo asked on sa specific rule na bagay kuan, so it's clear that it's not kuan gyud wala kay siya gi-emphasize in the DepEd order. So but before that, I would like to share to you this a sort of reminder to all of us that our school or schools that foster positive climate begin with goal setting, designing a mission statement, and of course, writing a school improvement plan to meet targeted goals. And I know based on your previous experience as school heads, we are doing this thing. And we found out that our school really improved a lot. So in fact, last year is a good year to us here in the division of Lanao del Norte because we earned a lot of awards, recognition, not only in our region, in the division, in our region, but also in the national level. So with that, congratulations to all of us. Without the SIP, the guiding principle that we have in our school, then we didn't achieve all those things. That's why we are having this reorientation for us also to be reminded on the different cycle or the importance of the school improvement plan in managing our school. So my task this afternoon is on the phase 1, which is assess. So for this, the objective of this topic is to identify and analyze the priority improved areas, to set general objectives, to listen to the voice of the learners and other stakeholders, to analyze school processes, and to determine the root cause of the PIAs. But before I will have the next slide, I would like to ask, this was mentioned by Sir Jong this morning, gibalik-balik yun to niya, no? That the tool of our school planning team in determining the priority improved areas during the pre-planning stage or the preparatory activities that we will be having, uh, what tool that we will present to our SPT for us to be, or for the school planning team be guided. So unsa to siya nga mga tool. Ang pinakauna gyud. And in fact, our M&E, no, our monitoring and evaluation and our division asked that one to the school heads. So, it's not nga gipangayo lang, but because it has a reason, no? It has a reason that will guide us all also. So gamit gid kaayo siya, especially in crafting our SIP. So dili man na matan-aw no here, Sir Jong, kuan ba kung kisay maka-answer? Matan-aw di Sir Jong? Matan-aw kung kisay makatubag. But anyway, sige na lang. Later na lang. Okay. So my first question, Manggod, was what tool the school planning team will be using in determining or in reviewing our priority improved areas. Pero mansira na siya diri sa next slide na ko. No? Anyway, sige. Tingbo na lang, no, ang question. Okay, so identification or review, the identify or review priority, how? So as a summary of the data that you have gathered in your school, of course you have now your school planning team, you have to present I know, kabalo na ta ani, no? The SRC, or what we call the school report card, to the SPT, because that will be their basis, the basis for the team to identify or to review the priority improved areas. And it can be a good source of discussion about the status of the school. Aside from this, you should also look into the school contributes to the overall performance of the division. So, unsa may natabang or unsa may nahatag sa atong mga eskwelahan regarding the performance of our division. Okay, so you can assess the gap between your school data and the division targets for the next 3 years by using the gap analysis template. All these template, the school community data template, the gap analysis template are found in the annex 3 of that in order that we have. No? So, naana siya, naka-stipulate, naka-appeal siya, attached to that, or annexes. So areas where there are gaps between the school status and the division targets should be included in your initial list of improved areas. So we will now look at kung you have your SIP before, we have to look it out kung asa dito ang wala nato na address, and or para ma-appeal nato, we can include it in our new SIP, the enhanced SIP that we'll be having for another 3 years. So after presenting the school data and status, you may ask the following question to your school planning team. What surface as the most pressing need and problem of your school? For indicators with 3 year data, what trends surface from your data for the last 3 years? Did your school improve or stagnate or naka-worse ba noon? What is alarming from the data? What needs most improvement? So you can have this one in your yearly, di ba? Yearly man tagagama sa ato ang school report card, no? So you can review it, or you can have your old SIP. Minsan wala nato na kuan dito na na-achieve nga atong priority areas. So by this time, we will examine our school. Na-improve ba? Nag-stagnate? I hope wala, no? I hope wala no worsen na noon. So we are aiming for improvement. Okay? So gather and write down the result of the discussion and add to your initial list. This is when you're going to combine the school planning team. So identify sa una nato ang priority improved areas. And you have to discuss it based on the question, atong question nga akong kuan kaganina, and have the initial listing on those priority improved areas. The areas with no accompanying division targets but are pressing, alarming, stagnating, or worsening should also be included in your list of improvement areas. So of course, aside from we have to follow also, we look at into the division target. Kay kinahanglan mo align po na sa itong mga school targets, but kung tanaw nato nga naapag yung mas pressing, alarming, worsening manggali nga angay i-improve them included in your list. Okay, after the first year of EIP implementation, mabitaw na anak kay EIP or SIP review every year unta, no? Before crafting your EIP, i-review sa nato ang atong SIP. Diba? Naman na every year, naman gid na siya naka-allocate na daan unsay within 3 years. So ato lang na yung i-transfer dito sa EIP. During the SBM validation, pangitaan ani ang school. Nag-review ba mo sa inyong SIP review. So kasagara ang mga school, wala jud nag that was my experience before, no? When asked asa inyong data for your SIP review, wala. So kinahanglan gid ni siya. You have to review your SIP every year kung na-achieve ba nato ang EIP or na-implement ba nato. So begin with the step and planning for 2 or 3 year, and present to the SPT the data you have collected from monitoring the progress of your prior implementation. You can show them the most recent SRC. So, kung na-approve naman siguro halos ang atong ERC for this calendar year. So, try to look it out and then present it to your stakeholders, to your SPT. Other relevant information to help the SPT assess remaining gaps and needs. For this, you may again use the gap analysis template found in Annex 3 and the guide questions provided above. No, kato kaganina akong dimension. For discussion, review the list of improvement areas in the SIP. Take note, it is important for you to document all the meetings and activity. Why? Because during our SBM validation, these are needed. Ikuan kayo ni siya, no? Importante kayo ni siya. So you have through minutes of meetings, pictures, logbooks, and others. So this is to make reporting easier and also to have record for the processes you have done during planning, which will inform your succeeding projects and activities. So aside from magamit ni siya sa SBM because you will be usami siya sa mga MOVs, aside from that, we will be guided also. Di kay guide. So dili lang kay usa lang katao ang naghimo sa atong SIP. So please include our SPT or atong stakeholders, especially our external stakeholders. That's why gitawag siya school community data. We have to tap also our external stakeholders. So based on the result of the discussion done in the previous activity, prioritize the improvement areas. This will be your PIAs. So priority improvement areas. are selected areas in the school management, operation, and service delivery that need to be changed to improve the three key result areas in basic education, such as access, quality, and governance. However, our priority improvement areas are not just limited to issues within the school. You can also include the issues in the community, the situation of the community where the school is located, affecting school and learners, which needs to be addressed and brought to the attention of the stakeholders, such as flooding, unsafe school water source. Kaganina, nagbalik-balik ito si Sir Jong, and I'm happy nga kanang emphasize gid nato no sa atong school improvement plan the welfare of our learners, the protection of our learners. Okay, so take note with that. You can include in your SIP regarding if you have your area or your school is situated in a flood prone area, or you have unsafe school water source. To help you determine which among the improvement areas you should prioritize, you can refer to the rubrics below. So now you can use these rubrics to identify the priority improvement areas. So criteria, strategic import, ang pinaka-importante kung nag-rate siya o 5, no? So that is a sample matrix na diha. For example, high absenteeism, kung imuhang grado diha 5, the urgency 5, the magnitude 3, feasibility 3, so 4 point. So very priority. So ang interpretation, very priority. So katong high absenteeism, mo gito imong unahon, no? So kung asa ang very high priority, ito unahon nimo sa list. It does not mean nga moderate priority lang siya or very low or low kanang dili na po nato i-address. But sa top sa list are those areas that are have a very high priority. So another sample, lack of professional development. So kung sa strategic importance, bigaduhan og 2, urgency 3, magnitude 3, 5, feasibility. So the average is 3.25, which falls on moderate priority. So naay sample rubrics. I hope principal or school heads rather, especially the you have to emphasize this one to your SPT to follow to have these rubrics in identifying your priority improved area or improvement areas. Okay, so those are the rubrics. Please take note that the PIAs or priority improvement areas have varying difficulties. Some can be addressed within a year, pwede masolve siya within a year, and some can have a span for 3 years. If a school, for example, determined flooding as one of their PIAs, then it is possible that this could be addressed in a year time. High dropout, and on the other hand, may take a longer time to resolve. So kay daghan ta i-consider. So again, there are PIAs that can be solved in a year, and there are also those that needs a span of 3 years. So in planning for your year 2 or year 3 EIP, review the PIAs listed in the planning worksheet. In cases where the PIA has already been addressed, choose another PIA to take on from ones you have already identified. In the process of selecting another PIA, you may find that the context of your school has changed. Then you can again use the template in identifying PIAs found in Annex 4 to check if these are the same areas you will prioritize for the second and third year of implementation. That's why every year, again, no, we have to have our SIP review. So, before crafting your EIP, isa naka-indicate na siya daan, diba? As you notice, ang naka-attach lang dito sa atong SIP, ang una lang nga year nga EIP. So, wala na ang sana, second and third. But we have to have a review so that we can make also that second and the third year EIP. So, every year man na siya, no? Annual improvement plan. So, take note with that. Okay, step 3. In assessing your SIP, analyze the priority improvement areas. So, set your general objectives. From your identified PIAs or priority improvement areas, formulate general objectives for 3-year plan. The general objective statements are what you want to achieve. For example, your school has a problem and student tardiness. So, pero karon wala pa kay tardiness, no, kay online man ta. But if someday, siguro we have also to consider that in consider po nato ang ato ang SIP crafting on the new normal that we have now. So, api po nato siyang tan-aw. So, example lang, no? Student tardiness, the general objective can be to reduce student tardiness. Karon, based sa ako ang problema gyud nato, no, based sa nag-present ko mga research diri sa mga teachers, action research, babalik-balik yun yung problema nato sa kuan kaning the modalities that we are using in our the learning of our students, no? So i-kuan po na siya. You can include that one in your SIP. Kung tan-awon, what will be our intervention or project or rather program that we can have to address all those things. The second column of the planning worksheet in Annex 5 is where you write your general objectives, and when you check the appropriate box to note when they should be done. Okay, so there should have a timetable for this. Then revisit the objectives set in the planning worksheet if you are in your year 2 or year 3 EIP. Check if objectives have been met and if there are objectives that need to be revised. Again, we have to assess our SIP every year. Dili lang kay pag nakita na nato ang sulod sa SIP, pag craft nato, ay hanap po nato nakita o balik pag nag-usog na po tag-craft, no, kay naggama ta sa another cycle. No. So we are encouraged, school heads and all the SPP are encouraged to revisit our or to review our SIP every year. Okay. So next, organize a project team for its PIA. So kung nakatay pila ka, 5 ka priority improvement areas, so you can organize a project team how to address these priority improvement areas or how to address this area that you will address for the current year, depending on the size of the school and the number of PIAs identified. A project team may be formed to work on more than one PIA. The members of the project team may be drawn from the community, teacher, learners, with at least one member coming from the SPT. So it might be ang kaming project team, no? So nag-draw man ta sa ato ang nagbase ta sa ato ang project every year sa atong priority improvement areas. So in that project, so kung nakay 5 ka priority improvement area, so napo kay 5 ka project team. how to address those priority improvement areas, or how the intervention that we will be having. So every project form your members. So kinahanglan dili lang isa ra ka tawo ang maglihok for that project, but it should be a team. So for priority improvement areas related to teaching learning process, it is best to organize a project team from the members of learning action cells or the lab, so that their tasks will not be different from the activities they do in the learning action cells. Okay? Then the SPT shall turn over relevant data which were gathered and discussed during the preparatory activities to be assigned project team for its PIA. That's why it's very important also to have at least one member in every project team na agyoy gikan representative from the school planning team. Okay, so this is the format for our school improvement planning guide. The project team shall agree on the role of its member, the project team leader, assistant team leader, scribe, and other, or the secretary and other. For documentation purposes, you may use the following template. So project member, rule, responsibility. So each project team should discuss their assigned PIA and list down the possible factors that affect their PIA. And factors are different from solution. So they will then be validated, this factor, through the succeeding activity. Okay. For 2 or year 3 EIP, the project teams assigned to PIAs that span for more than a year will have to continue managing the project they have started in the first year. So project team should, year 1 can be tapped to work on PIAs for year 2, 3 if they have already addressed their PIA in the first year of SIP. In these cases, the SPT can also form new project teams. Okay. So listen to the voice of the learners and other stakeholders. Balik-balik ini siya that we should include our learners in crafting our SIP. Murag di wala kay salig, no? But we have to tap our naman tayo atong SPG or SSG president. We have also to listen the voice of the learners and our other stakeholders. The LGU, the barangay officials, ato ang school governing council. So you can tap them, you can include them in your SPT and especially in crafting your PIAs. While we may have the school data, it's still important to validate this and get more information by talking to the faces behind the numbers. Thus, your project team should talk to the learners and stakeholders who are relevant to your assigned PIA. By doing this, the real needs and problems of the learners and stakeholders can be identified. So, dili kita mag-bias, no? Dili kita mingon nga for our observation or in our own observation, dili yun. It should be from the learners and other stakeholders. Ask them kung sa real situation or problems that they encountered, especially in the learning process. Aside from digging deeper into your learners or stakeholders' problem, this step is also a good opportunity to ask the learners or stakeholders on how they were helped by your school. If your school has existing intervention, you can also check how they feel about and how they view these interventions. With this, you will get an insight on what current school process you need to analyze in the succeeding activity. That's why we are encouraging all the school heads to tap our stakeholders, our internal and external stakeholders, our learners. Give them, ask them if you have some intervention, kung ba nila, na-apply ba, or applicable ba sa ilaha, or are they happy with it, or basin na mo intervention gihatag, pero ang learner, nasamutan na noon nga kanang sani, wala na address kahit lang concern. No? So, we will also hear what are their sides sa atong mga learners and our stakeholders. Okay, that is for activity 3.3. We have to listen the voice of the learners and other stakeholders. We want to emphasize that listening to the voice of the learners and stakeholders is crucial in the SIP and should not be skipped. Klaro na siya, no? Dili yun na to laktawan. Unlike before, na nagama ka sa SIP, usara ka tao. Usara ka kung ano. So, dili yun. We have to ask also the side of our learners and our community stakeholders or external stakeholders. Listening can be done through one-on-one or dyads or triads or interview or focus group discussion, FGD, with the learners, parents, and other stakeholders. But by this time, wala pa man tayo tanay, we are hoping and praying na baka face-to-face na unta ta, hinahinay na ginunta ni nga makuha na ito ang ma-address. Now, in fact, we are working on the additional pilot schools for the face-to-face classes. And it will start siguro by this month. No? So kung may extension sa face-to-face, we're hoping na mahinay na tagbalik ani. But take note, i-apila po nato niya in crafting. No? Kaya di pa man gini siya diha dayon. That's why nag-pilot testing ta pa. So, or sa atong face-to-face. So, this step should still be done when analyzing PIAs for 2 and second year at 2 or 3 because the context, needs, and views of learners and stakeholders might have changed over time. So, in some instances, when learners or other stakeholders who are important to your assigned PIA cannot come to school, kani siya, no? Kay kani diri ang gibutang the example students who are habitually absent. But if they cannot come to school because present, di pa man gyud ta, no, gi-allow sa atong learners, so the home visits are necessary. Or we can have the virtual sa atong gibuhat karon, no? We can have the virtual meeting with our learners. Katulang pong learner nato nga kanang who are accessible who has internet connectivity sa ilang mga balay. So kung katong wala, and we'll find this and means that this learner, the voice of our learners also can be heard in crafting our SIP. TDP 3.4. So analyze the school processes. From the concerns, needs, and problems that were raised by your learners and stakeholders, look into what specific critical school processes are related to this to understand further why and where the needs and problems exist. A school process is a set of activities arranged together in order to deliver service. Example, mathematics periodical test process or the enrollment process. We need to understand processes in order to know how a stakeholder's needs or wants are being met. So process must be also simple enough to be repeatable and replicable. This means that how a certain process is done should be known by everyone and should not rely on just one person to work. Okay, I'll take note. Do not just rely one person to work. This is why it is important for us to map the process. We should undergo processes. Sa pamaghatag tao periodical test, nag-undergo siyang process. Even enrollment, sabi na tayo, we are in the system. So, we have to follow processes. Labaw na karon, no? We are in the new normal. We have some protocols to be observed. So, that's part of process or the processes of our school. Okay. The use of a process map can be a tool to help communicate how the process works in order to have consistent and reliable performance. Process mapping is the technique of using flow charts to illustrate the detailed flow of inputs, activities, and outputs to identify opportunities for improvement. Your project team should map out the processes involved in your assigned PIA by creating flow chart of which is currently happening. So take note, flow chart, the process. You should have also the flow chart in having your processes. In step of the process and not what the process should be. The common mistake is combining the present state with the desired outcome. Walk through the process by brainstorming with the people who are involved in the process or by doing interviews or direct observations to understand what is currently happening in each step. We suggest that you read the process guidelines found in Annex 7. Mapasayon na gini siya kay all the guides, no, ang naara yun siya naka-attach, found in annexes. Ang problema lang nato usahay, sa kuan ato lang siyang kanang mapasagdahan, no, i-taking program 10 lang nato. But sayo na gyud unta ni siya, no, if you'll just have to follow. So Annex 7, which will provide you with more detailed instructions in walking the process within your team. It is important to know that brainstorming and interviews alone are not enough to map out a process. Direct observations are a must if you want to validate how the process works. So direct observations from your stakeholders, from your learners, or from your parents, or from the community. When you do direct observation, you will notice problems arising in specific activities in the current process. These are what we call storm clouds. It helps you locate where the issues reside. The storm clouds are specific, measurable, and observable. As an example, when you walk through the mathematics periodical test process, you might find that 10 out of 30 students' test paper had items that were erroneously checked. This is a storm cloud which you will write in the activity where you discovered it. In this case, during the recording of the test scores, note that more than one storm cloud may be observed in activity. Example, there can be 3 storm clouds during the test wrapper. So, kung ano siya, para sa ito, murag, dili kayo siya, but this is very important, no? Having, assessing rather, use the processes in your that specific area through having the so-called storm cloud activity rather. Okay, this is example. Sample mathematical periodical test process for grade 7 student. So the process is preparing the test, distributing, pwede din siya sa module, no? Karon kanin sa itong module po. Preparing the module, distributing the module, answering the module, kay grabe gid ni mao ni bug karon nga problema. Retrieving the module, ako lang gi-change ang test paper for module. No? Just a sample. and then checking the paper, no, checking the performance task of the module, or checking the result, no, recording the test results, okay, analyzing the performance on the items, and identifying less mastered skills of that specific subject of mathematics grade 7. Just a sample, no? So, ang cloud, what's the name? Map na to, two answer sheets were missing. So, pag distribute mo sa test paper, duha ang na-missing answer sheet. So pag kuan po nimo pag answer sa mga bata, 8 students were talking to their seatmates. Kani sample lang ni siya, no? Face to face. And then it took an extra 5 minutes for student to submit their papers in retrieving. So kani pwede din ninyo kuanon og storm cloud. Mag storm clouding mo. And then for recording the test, 10 out of 30 students papers had items that were erroneously checked. Then only 2 out of 30 students correctly answered the difficult items, which are item number 8 to 10. So mga sample lang ni siya, no, on how to do about storm cloud. Then, in identifying the storm of less mastered skill, you can have this example. Only 8 out of 30 students did not make mistakes in basic arithmetic. So, this is a sample on how to make a storm cloud in specific process of your the activity that you have in your school. The careful identification of critical storm clouds in the process enables you to look at a smaller, more targeted, and more focused problem that contributes to the broader school issue. Selecting an area of focus to your root cause analysis will be discussed in the next activities. The same thing would be done in PIAs for 2 or 3 year or year 3. For projects that will continue for the next years, you can keep doing this activity to review the process that you have improved. So, importante siya, no? Storm clouding in the processes that you have. For us to look into the specific problem, more focused problem that can contribute to the broader school issues. Or issue rather. Next activity 3.5, select area of focus. So asa man kita mo focus, okay? Priority improvement area. Asa man, you have to select a specific storm cloud called area of focus. So katong sa mga sample, asa gid adto ang specific storm cloud nga atong i-focus. So from among your storm clouds, so you can aim your improvement effort on particular problem rather than attempting to solve all the problems at once. So focus on a problem allows you to deal with fewer issues which you can deeply analyze. This in turn makes it easier to think solutions or improvements. Improvements in your area of focus will contribute in addressing the bigger issues in school and consequently will improve school performance in time. In selecting your area of focus, choose the one which when addressed will clearly affect the PIA. So I hope we are nag-take note ta ana. And find time to review also. You can again run through na kayo no, di nato masabtan, di nato mapinaw, labi na kay virtual, tadi kay taka-focus, plus have the hard copy and kindly review on this. So these are our guide, the SIP guide. Having identified your area of focus from the storm clouds, formulate now your problem statement. This statement includes information of the following questions. What is the magnitude of the problem? Sa gini siya ka importante out of those problems nga nabutang dito sa atong mga storm clouds, asa man gyud focus adto. Nganong kato man gyud siya ang naibug-up nga taga natong attention. How often it is happening? Where is it happening? When does it happen? So going back to our example on mathematics periodical process, your focus problem statement can be during the first quarter, 10 out of 30 mathematics periodical test paper of grade 7 students had items that were erroneously checked. So that could be your focus problem statement based sa sample nga gihatag. From your focus problem statement, you should now determine the root cause of the problem. Mas maging problema ani. So pareho karon man sige lang ta ingon, problema pag-retrieve sa module, ang mga bata dili manguli, problema kay dili kay sila magkuan sa ilang performance, no? So find time, focus your problem statement, then you should determine the root cause of this problem. So that's why ibalik-balik ito kaganina, please have the voice of the learners. Kaya basig ato natanaw ato alang side, wala nato na paminawan po ang ilahang side. No? But basig for us problema siya, but dili gid siya mao ang problema for the learners and for the other stakeholders. Repeat this activity when analyzing new PIA for your year 2 or 3. For PIAs that span for more than a year, you can review the storm clouds you have identified and look at what other areas were not addressed. This can be your area of focus for the next years. So, again, no, mention ako kanina, before we started, we have to review our SIP, and as I wala nato diha for the first year, as I wala nato na address, then you can include that for the second year and have that one as your area of focus. Okay, do root cause analysis. Unsa gyud hinungdan ani nga problema in your the specific problem that you have crafting in your SIP for intervention or for a project. The root cause is the deepest underlying cause of the problems within any process. Thus, it is necessary that your project team conducts root cause analysis to uncover the real source of your focus problem. This root cause should be observable and measurable. Analyze your area of focus by using problem analysis tools like the fishbone diagram, the Ishikawa, the YY diagram, and the problem tree. So, murag one kay siya kuti siya para sa atoa, but matabangan gyud ta ani, no? Our team, our project team will be helped if we will have this root cause analysis. The root cause is not the solution, but only after identification, the real root cause can appropriate, relevant, and workable solutions be developed to help address the focus problem. Otherwise, creating solutions may only address the symptoms and the problems will resurface eventually. So magbalik-balik ra gihapon. Kung ano tayong solution to address symptoms, pero ang cause yun, ang main cause, ang sa nagamot, wala yun nato na identify or na-analyze or natagang-address, natagaan nato o solutions, appropriate and relevant, workable solution. So magbalik-balik ra gihapon siya nga problema. A focus problem can have several root causes. In cases like this, you have to prioritize which root cause to address. See the root cause analysis overview. Again, na atay root cause analysis overview found in Annex 8 for guiding or prioritizing root cause or conducting root cause analysis. So for year 2 or 3 or year 3 EIP, the project team should revisit and review root cause that they have already determined in planning worksheet. Annex 5, conduct root cause analysis again if your team is addressing a new PIA or if you have selected new area of focus. So again, take note, do root cause analysis. Next activity will be present root cause to the SPT. After you have determined the root cause, your project team should present it to the SPT. You should have not just show the diagram of your root cause analysis, but you should also present the following. What is the result of the FGDs and interviews with the learners and stakeholders and other relevant quantitative data? The flow chart of the particular school process you observe, including storm clouds, area of focus, or focus problem statement. So kung ato lang yung bitaw ni siyang mabuhat, no? Kung kayo, realistic yun ato ang what ko ingon nga dili real, no? But kanang in the layman's term, gamit yun kaayo ang SIP. Or gamit man yun, no? Mga magyun na ato ang guide in sa journey sa itong mga eskwelahan. Pero we have to observe all this activity. Ato lang yung i-follow diligently. Then, nice good siya. No? Nice yan. Okay? So, this is an example. So, for our workshop, but kani guide lang ni nato. Pwede din nato ni siya himuon because, again, karon rather, inatimon karon, but when you will meet your SPT next week or when you will craft your SIP, have this one as your activity. What pressing needs or problem in your school regarding sa access, unsa man gyud pinaka importante or pinaka need gid kaayo, no? That's why nag-identify ta sa priority improvement areas regarding sa access, quality, and governance. Kani gabalik-balik, galibot-libot na gyud ni sa tong SRC, then abot tay sana school niya, sana kani mao ni siya, no? School monitoring and evaluation, sana adjustment. So mo ni siya, unsa atong mga adjust, unsa problema, unsa ano to pag-adjust, no? Unsa problema sa access, sa quality and governance. Then using the data, identify the trends for the last 3 years. Same in the access, quality and governance. Did your school improve, stagnate, or worsen sa imuhang access? Nag-improve ba? Nag-stagnate ba? Or na-worse ba noon? No, I hope dito mo abot aning na-worse. Same with the quality and governance. And then, what is alarming from the data? Identify it. Ibutang ani nga table. So, morning yung buhaton, no? What needs most improvement regarding sa access? That's why we have to do all those activity mentioned. There are activities na gi-mention nato in assessing and reviewing our SIP so that we can come up with this, no? Come up ni nato, mahimo nato ang kaning workshop, kaning guide. Another workshop or workshop number 2, what is alarming from the data, the access, quality, and governance, and what are the root cause of the problem. So, kung mahimo ni nato tanan, okay na gyud atong SIP. Okay na po atong SRC, ang atong mga SMIA diha. Labi na, I think next year siguro, nagsugod na po moabot nini, no, sa mga school nga kay atong central office, ano ni say mandate on the I forgot. Uh, Mahimo ng sa atong office, atong hindi mo nagkaroon for ISO? Oh, ISO. Nawala ko gamay. So, for next year siguro, or siguro this year or next year, school, nag-appeal man galitam, no? Last week man siguro to, the orientation of the ISO, no? ISO nato sa atong mga eskwelahan, mahimo na po. Our office was once or ISO accredited na, ISO accredited na, pero wala lang siya na, I guess wala na reassess o balik, but we are doing it again, no? Nagbalik ta, and we're hoping mo graduate po ni, mo adto po ni sa mga schools. So again, usa sa requirement in having the ISO is our SIP. Okay, diri sa division, when we nagpakuanta sa atong ISO, nagkuan kita sa DEDP or sa division sa improvement plan pod, mao gitoy atong gibasihan asa ditoy priority improvement area, unsa ditoy process. So mao tong amo diri gigam-an ang mga processes mga gipa-ISO siya. So nganong naka-mention ko kay we are talking on processes. So the same yapon katong na-met kaganina regarding the storm clouding, no, pag root cause analysis, no, to gibuhat na mo before, because when we had our ISO activity way back 2018, 2019. So again, thank you for listening. I hope natay na learn. So kung nakulangan pag yun ta, you can visit the defeat order regarding on this thing that we have. And I will end my presentation, my task this afternoon, by saying our goals can only be reached through a vehicle of a plan, in which we must fervently believe, and upon which we must vigorously act. There is no other road to success. By Pablo Picasso. Thank you once again, and good afternoon.
Arlene, before you go, we have a query from Marilu Apat. Going to read to you the question, ma'am. It's only a clarification. After organizing, can I be heard?
Okay, Sir John.
After organizing the project team, what are they going to do? Are they the ones to find interventions for the improvement in the priority area?
Okay, so I think based on we are just having the assess area, no? So assess area. The question of Ma'am Marilo will be answered by the next speaker. Kaya mo lang task. So unsay task sa SPT. Ang ato lang hinay-hinay pa nato karon, no? So kaganina unsa to ang SPT, unsa ang pag-organize by this one, unsa pag buhaton sa atong SPT. So that question or the query by Ma'am Marilo will be answered in the succeeding speakers.
Okay, Ma'am Arlene.
Okay, kung ako ansiran siya, dili na to kuan, no? So ato lang hinahinayon. I'm hoping Ma'am Lo, no? So ato lang sa hinahinayon para kanang ma-absorb gud siya, ma-kuan gud siya.
So I guess the second question from Ma'am Marilu will also be answered by our next speaker, because it's who will process the effectiveness of their suggested intervention naman.
Okay, so okay, Ma'am Lo, so mauro tayo question, Sir John.
Yes, Ma'am Arlene, thank you so much. That's our education program supervisor of the special programs, projects, and activities of SGOD, Dr. Arlene D. Manginsay. And now we shall continue with our afternoon session with another topic, and that is the phase two, which is the planning phase. So of our school improvement plan, and this will be discussed or presented by our senior education program specialist of the planning and research section. Let's all welcome Dr. Bridget Emmerling Abalorio.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Jong. Good afternoon, everyone, to all our school administrators who are in attendance. May I ask Sir Jong if my screens are on board? Okay, so thank you so much. Good afternoon once again, and at this juncture, I will be presenting to you the next phase of our SIP cycle, which is phase two, the plan phase of the school improvement plan. So, in the previous discussions, we already discussed the first three steps in the school improvement preparation and planning. We have step one, which is preparing the SIP development. Step two, we have identification and reviewing the priority improvement areas of your school. And then the third step will be the analyzation of the priority improvement areas. This is under preparatory activities and of course the first phase of the SIP implementation, which is the assess phase. At this juncture, I will now be sharing to you what's the guideline says in terms of the preparation, the writing of our school improvement plan, specifically on the plan phase. So for this discussion, we have to set our objectives. It's to review the general objectives and targets, to formulate solutions, and to develop and write the uh, project designs, SIP, and of course the AIP. But before we proceed to uh, the discussion proper, let's have first an activity on the school improvement plan. I would like everyone to visit www.kahoot.it or www.kahoot.com, and we will be using the website for our activity on school improvement plan. Okay, so I would like to invite everyone to join at www.kahoot.it or with the Kahoot application in your phone, and please use the game pin 3769259. I'll be waiting for the players to be on the game site using the game pin 3769259. I think Kahoot.it will be catering only 20 to 30 participants. So I will be waiting for 20 participants to start the game. And to those who cannot join the game through Kahoot application, so please participate also. Just write or type your answer in the comment section of our YouTube live stream. Okay, so we already have JM. We also have MIS. I hope that you can change your name because you will be receiving rewards after this game to those who are will win the game. So para dali ra pod namo ma-identify ang winners. Okay, we have already 11 players for the game. We will be waiting 10 to 15 players to start the game. We already have Comma Test, Mercy Sol, Mafe, Lin Lin. We also have Nico. We also have Wonder Woman. We also have CMRES. We have Claro M. Recto, I think. We have Gilay, Sunshine, Tara 2022, 11, JR, MIS, Mabuhay IS, S&D. We already have 13, 14, June Mark. We also have Jenny. Also have Boboy who will be participating to our game. We also have LNPSTHS also participating sa game. We also have Bunchi, Rizel, Ragra, Sais, Vince. Let's have 25 to start the game. In 22, 23, we have Divri, McCoy, QIS, and we have RPGS and My Sara. I think start na ta. And then again, for those who cannot join the kahoot.it, I want you to participate. Just type your answers in the comment box in our YouTube live stream. So we will start the game. Hirapan is activity on the school improvement plan. Okay, directions. Select blue if the statement is true and select red if the statement is false. Again, select blue if the statement is true and select red if the statement is false. And note that your points are based on correctness, speed, and your answer streak. Winners will receive load cards from the SGOD Chief Education Supervisor. So as proof, take a screenshot of the received medal, which will be shown after the game, and PM to me, Bridget E. Abalorio. Again, take note that your points are based on correctness, speed, and your answer streak. Winners will receive load cards from the SGOD Chief Education Supervisor. And as proof, take a screenshot of your received medal, which will be shown after the game. And then PM to me that screenshot as our basis for giving the load cards. Okay? So we will start. True or false? Improved learning outcomes is one of the strategic directions of DepEd Lanao del Norte Division. True or false? Improved learning outcomes is one of the strategic directions of DepEd Lanao del Norte Division. Or false? We have two answers. We have three answers. Time is up. Only five who answered the question. Hinay siguro ang ato ang internet, no? Okay. So we have the scoreboard. We have number one nato si JR with 933 points. Let's proceed to next item. True or false? The AIP is the basis for the school improvement plan. The AIP is the basis for the school improvement plan. True or false? We have 8 answers now. 9. Again, true or false? The SIP is the basis for the school improvement plan. Those who are not in Kahoot, please type your answer in the comment box of our YouTube live stream. Okay, time is up. The correct answer is false. It is the school improvement plan which is the basis of our annual implementation plan. Okay? So, let's have the scoreboard. Okay, naapsa na si GR ni Mafe with 938 points. Don't worry, we still have 8 items left. Okay, let's proceed to number 3. True or false? The school heads are tasked to develop the SIP. The school heads are tasked to develop the SIP. True or false? This is based on the governance of basic education. True or false? The school heads are tasked to develop the SIP. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's check. The correct answer is, of course, true. We have 10 who got the correct answer and 10 who got the wrong answer. Let's check the scoreboard. Okay, nauna na si CMRES with 1,263 points. I think CMRES, Ma'am Sol, right? Claro M. Recto Elementary School with 1,263 points. Okay, let's proceed to next item. True or false? SIP development and implementation cover a period of 3 years and follow the 3 phases: assess, prepare, and act. Again, SIP development and implementation cover a period of 3 years and follow 3 phases: assess, prepare, and act. Again, for those who are not here in Kahoot, please type your answer in the chat, in the comment section of our YouTube live. Thumbs up, let's check your answer. The correct answer is false. It's assess, plan, and act. 12 got the wrong answer and only 10 got the correct answer. Okay, let's proceed to next item. Oh, scoreboard sa ta. Okay, leading is SMES with 1,896. Okay, let's proceed to next item. True or false? The plan phase involves the preparation and writing of the SIP and AIP. Again, the plan phase involves the preparation and writing of the SIP and AIP. True or false? Right, 11 answers. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's check your answers. We have the correct answer is true. And 8 got the correct answer and also 8 got the wrong answer. Let's check the scoreboard. Okay, CMRES is now leading with 2,495 points. CMRES has the highest answer streak of 3. Okay, let's proceed. Okay, number 6. True or false? The school community planning team or SPT should have a good gender balance. Again, the school community planning team or SPT should have a good gender balance. I think it is Jong who discussed this as one of the considerations in formulating our school community planning. Again, the school community planning team should have a good gender balance. Is it true or false? Time is up. Let's check your answer. The correct answer is true. 11 who got the correct answer and 8 who got the wrong answer. Let's check the scoreboard. Gilay, who is this? Who is Gilay? Congratulations, our leading now. Gilay 3,280 points. Gilay has the highest answer streak now of 4. Let's proceed to item number 7. True or false? At least one of the SPT members should be a member of the School Governing Council or SGC. At least one of the SPT members should be a member of the School Governing Council. True or false? 13 players already gave their answers. Okay, let's check your answer. The correct answer is true. 13 got the correct answer and only 7 got the wrong answer. Okay, let's check the scoreboard. We have CMRES. Una na po si CMRES with 3,792 points. Up 6 places, Wing is the highest climber. Congratulations also to Wing. Okay, let's proceed to next item. True or false? In case the teacher representative is also the school head, an additional seat may be given to the PSDS or Public Schools District Supervisor. True or false? In case the teacher representative is also the school head, an additional seat may be given to the PSDS or Public Schools District Supervisor. True or ready? 16 players give their answers. 3, 2, 1. Let's check the answers. The correct answer is false. No, it is the parent representative. 3 got the correct answer and only 17 got the wrong answer. Okay, let's check the scoreboard. We have still CMRES is leading with 3,792 points. Buboy has the highest answer streak of 3. Congratulations. And now let's proceed to next item. Item number 9. DepEd recognizes that at the heart of the delivery of education services is the school improvement plan. True or false? DepEd recognizes that at the heart of the delivery of education services is the school improvement plan. True or false? Again, for those who are not here, please type your answer in the section of our YouTube live. Now let's check your answer in 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is false. It is the school is the heart of the delivery of education services. 7 got the correct answer and 11 got the wrong answer. Let's check the scoreboard. Oh, Bing is now the leading scorer with 4,736 points. Okay, up 6 places, 1-1 now is the highest climber. Congratulations. Let's have the last item to identify the winners of this game. We have true or false. A PIA is prioritized based on disparity with division's goals and importance, urgency, magnitude, and feasibility. True or false? Again, a priority improvement area is prioritized based on disparity with division's goals and importance, urgency, magnitude, and feasibility. True or false? You have 16 for our players, so give their answers. Let's check your answer in 3, 2, 1. Okay, the correct answer is true. And 13 got the correct answer and 7 got the wrong answer. Okay, for activity school improvement plan, third, we have being. Screenshot the medal 477. We have Kirapan ES and our winners will be Art. March with 4,854 points. Okay, congratulations to being Hirapan ES and our champion, March with 4,854 points. Congratulations, everyone. Saan ako? Okay. Okay, let's proceed to our congratulations for the winners and thank you for everyone who participated sa atuang activity in the Kahoot the kahoot.com, and for those who participated and who typed their answer in the comment section of our YouTube live stream. Okay, let's proceed now to our discussion proper. So in the previous discussions, we already discussed the first three steps in the preparation and implementation of the school improvement plan. And at this juncture, allow me to present to you the next steps based on DepEd Order number 44, series of 2015 on the guidelines of the SIP process and the SRC. So for step 4, we have reviewed general objectives and targets. Now that you know the root cause for each area of focus, review the initial general objectives that you have set at the beginning. Encode the root cause and the changes in your general objectives if there are any in the planning worksheet found in Annex 5. Again, I hope that all school administrators have already downloaded the DepEd Order number 44 series of 2015, all the templates, all the tools, all the necessary materials that we will be needing in the crafting of our SIP are already annexed to or enclosed to that DepEd order. So for the planning worksheet, it is found in Annex 5 of DepEd order number 44 series of 2015. So aside from making sure that the general objectives are aligned with your root cause, later on I will be sharing to you our simplified planning worksheet template. Okay, so aside from making sure that the general objectives are aligned with your root cause, this step highlights the importance of always going back to your general objectives so you will never lose sight of your targets, because pag abot diri sa amo ang office, among makita karon that your programs, your projects, your activities are not aligned to the strategic directions of DepEd Lanao del Norte Division. It's not aligned to our general objectives. So, dira na po dayon masayop, dili na po nato dayon ma-achieve atong expected outcome. So, if you are planning for your year 2 or year 3 AIP, revisit the objectives in the planning worksheet, taking note of the root cause that was reviewed by the project team. Then next we have step 5. After that, you need to formulate solutions. So I think this will be the answer now of the clarifications of Dr. Apat about the planning team or the project team. So the assigned project team has been discussed by Dr. Manginsay a while ago. For that project teams, for the identified PIAs will then brainstorm solutions based on the root cause. Several solutions can be formulated for a single root cause. If the project team prioritized more than one root cause, several solutions can be formulated for each one of these as well. So we need to keep in mind the 5 considerations in formulating solutions. Again, that solution should address the root causes. Again, review first the planning worksheets, identify first the root cause, and your solution must be a solution that will address the root cause or root causes. And then, next consideration, the solution should be within the control of the school. So make sure that the school has the capacity to implement this solution, because if ever it's very broad, it's very big solution that it cannot be implemented by the school. So bisan pa og maayo kayo na nga solution, then that will be useless because there is no doability in terms of implementing that solution in your respective schools. Third consideration is the solutions should be economical. Okay, so you need to consider the resources that you have in your school, the MOOE that you have in your school. That is why nagkalain-lain tag programs, nagkalain-lain tag activities and projects, but siguro an elementary school, a small elementary school and a big elementary school, they have the same root cause, that is, for example, absenteeism, but in terms of the solutions, nagkalain-lain sila because one of the considerations is that solution should be economical. We consider now the resources of the schools, the OOE of the school funds of the school that will be used now in the implementation of this solution. The fourth consideration in formulating our solution is that it should be sustainable. Again, it's very important to make sure that these solutions are sustainable. So one of the findings of DepEd Central Office is that our schools are keep on inventing, are keep on initiating interventions and solutions, but in 1 year or half a year, mamatay lang dayon siya, mukalitlag kawala ang solution or ang intervention. So in making or in formulating our solution, make sure that we have now a backup plan, and that plan is a plan for the sustainability. What happened now for the next 3 years, for next year and for the year 3 of the implementation of that solution. And the last consideration that we need to have in formulating our solution is that it should have the support of the concerned stakeholders or process owners. So it must be supported by the community, by the stakeholders, and of course the process owners who will be taking or who will be leading in the implementation of that solution. So these are the 5 considerations in formulating our solutions. Again, it should address the root cause or root causes. It should be within the control of the school. It should be economical. It should be sustainable. And lastly, it should have the support of the concerned stakeholders or process owners. For the next step in the plan phase is develop project designs. Now you already have the project, so the next task that you will do is to create or to formulate or to develop your project designs for that specific project. So your project team will now develop project designs for your solutions using the format in Annex 9, which is project work plan and budget matrix. One project design should contain only one solution. So for example, in one root cause, you formulated 3 solutions. Therefore, if you formulated 3 solutions, you need to make 3 project work plan and budget matrix, because a project design should contain only one solution. So to help you in filling up this template, remember the following definitions. When we talk about problem statement, it is the selected area of focus phrased as a problem. What pasabot this this is the statement of your problem in your school. Okay, so what are the problems? What are the pressing problems? What are the challenges in your school that you think this solution will be a good intervention to address that problem? Next, project objective statement. When we talk about project objective statement, this is what you want to achieve and by how much. Okay, so example, to reduce the incident of erroneously checked mathematical periodical test papers of grade 7 students by 100%. Reminder that our objective statement should be smart. So sige tag-ana sa atong mga teachers no nga in making objective, you need to follow the SMART format. So of course, in the SIP, in making our project work plan and budget matrix, we need also to apply the SMART format in the crafting or in making our objective statement. It must be specific, it must be measurable, it must be attainable, realistic, and time bound. So targets to be set should be discussed and agreed upon by the SPT based on the school context. Again, ako na lang dayong i-answeran ang katong another question of Dr. Apat about what about the effectiveness, who will identify the effectiveness of these solutions developed and and formulated by the project team. Again, this project design or work project a budget matrix and project work plan on the project designs formulated will now be presented by the project team to the SPT, and it is the SPT who will say that it will be part of the projects to be implemented for the next 3 years. And in terms of its effectiveness, prior to the conduct of the or the rollout of these solutions, we have the so-called testing, or we have the so-called pilot testing or testing the solution in a small scale. No, so that will be discussed now on the next phase, which is the act phase. So in acting or in implementing our solutions, then we have also the so-called pilot testing or implementing our solutions to a small scale. Okay, so small scale testing ang term na to ana there is guidelines on the SIP. Okay, so next we have activities. The activities should need that the activities you need to do to implement your solution. So these are the different steps, different activities that you need to specify so that you can implement your solution. And lastly, output, this is the concrete, tangible products that results from undertaking and activities. So these are the different definitions that we need to consider in the development of our project design, specifically using the format of project work plan and budget matrix. So for PIAs that span for more than a year, set incremental targets for each year. So if, for example, your PIA is on literacy, your project objective statement on your first year can be to increase the number of independent readers by 5%. Then you can increase your targets for year 2 and year 3. Siguro increase that by 5%. Siguro that 5% is 5 learners. So 5 learners increase in year 1. Then it will become 10 in the year 2, and we have 15 in year 3. So if the general objective is to make or to increase the number of independent readers from 10 to 20, so you have the general objective there, that is to make 20 independent readers. So by year 1, pila man siya from 10, himon siguro nimong 13, then 14 na, 17 now in year 2, and then you get your, or you achieve now your general objective in the last year of the SIP implementation, which will be 20 independent readers. So how long a project will take can vary depending on the timeline set for each identified PIA, but it is important to make the projects manageable to provide the team with immediate results which they can celebrate if these are successful, or improve if these do not meet the target. Do not forget to celebrate if you already achieve your goal. School principals, I encourage you to just say congratulations to our project teams, or congratulate our SPT if there are 2 or more activities or 2 or more objectives met during the implementation of our SIP. So in cases where there are major projects that would need a long time to implement, the project team should subdivide this into smaller, more manageable projects. Again, let's go back now to our SMART template. It must be time bounded, so therefore it must be manageable also, and you need also to go back now to the 5 considerations in making your solutions. So each project will have to be monitored at least twice by the SPT. Therefore, if there will be a monitoring conducted by the monitoring, evaluation, and the implementation of SPT, SIP, they will be expecting at least 2 monitoring results of your SIP implementation, because according to the guidelines, and it is the policy of the Department of Education, that each project will have to be monitored at least twice by the SPT during the middle and during the end of the implementation period. Longer projects will be monitored more than twice. So you will have to set the dates when the SPT will monitor your project, and that will be indicated now to your monitoring and evaluation, which will be the last part of your school improvement plan document. So include these dates in the project work plan also and budget matrix. So it is also included in the project work plan and budget matrix. So after preparing the project work plan and budget matrix, submit this to the school community planning team so they can use it to write the SIP and AIP. Again, ang gihimo sa project team is not final. The project team will submit the project work plan and budget matrix to the school community planning team, and it is the school community planning team headed by the school head of the school to use this in writing their SIP and AIP. Wala nila gibutang diari, wala gibutang sa guidelines nga this is automatically be considered or automatically be included in the SIP and AIP, but this will be the basis now of the school community planning team in writing the SIP and AIP. So note for school heads, teachers, and staff, it is the policy of the Department of Education that your contribution in planning and implementing the SIP and AIP should be included in the Results-Based Performance Management System or RPMS. You can write this as performance objectives under the corresponding key result areas in your individual performance commitment and review form or IPCRF for teachers and OPCRF for school administrators. Make sure it is aligned with the objectives and targets of the projects in the SIP and AIP. Now, since it is the policy, that is why in the last year, and we will be implementing again for the current year, that there will be an objective in the OPCRF of the teachers in terms of the writing or their contribution in the preparation and implementation of the SIP and AIP in the respective schools. So after our discussion, siguro tomorrow before we will end, I will be presenting to you the process work flow and timetable of the preparation and implementation of our SIP, because that will be our basis also of giving points to school administrators in their OPCRF. So after that, we have the next step, which is step 7, write the school improvement plan. So naanagyud ta diari sa step nga we need to write now our school improvement plan utilizing the project designs, the project work plan, and budget matrix created and formulated by the project teams. So write the SIP document using the structure below. So for our SIP now for school year 2022-2023 to school year 2024-2025, we will be utilizing the simplified template, and it is also still in accordance to the template as indicated in the DepEd Order number 44 series of 2015. First page, we have school improvement plan. Cover page. So cover page lang ang first page, and then second we have approval sheet nga page. Then we have part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. These are only the parts of the SIP to be submitted to the division office for approval. And later in the next slides of my presentation, I will be presenting to you kung unsay mga hitsura ani nga mga parts. Again, we will be utilizing the structure. We have the cover page, approval sheet, part 1, the DepEd vision, mission, and core value statement. Part 2, we have the school's current situation. Part 3, the planning worksheet, and part 4, monitoring and evaluation. Before, when I assume the responsibility as the coordinator for the SIP, ang akong naabtan pa jud og sa eskwelahan pa jud ko ato nga time, akong naabtan pa jud is mga baga kaayo nga SIP, and then for the next cycle ato na siyang gilimit into 20 to 25 pages. For this, we have already a memorandum received from central office to have that 10 to 15 pages of SIP. So gamay na lang jud kaayo ang ato ang ato ang SIP, and I will be sharing to you nganong gamay na lang kaayo ni nga mga pages ang ato ang SIP. Gikan sa mga baga kaayo nga mga pages nga purang mga dissertation and thesis to 10 to 15 or siguro a maximum of 20 pages for our school improvement plan. Okay? So, after writing our SIP, ako sa i-discuss ang step 8, then we will proceed now to the different parts of the SIP to be submitted to the division office. Step 8 will be prepare the annual implementation plan. From the general objectives set in the SIP, the SPT shall prepare the AIP. Buot pasabot, SIP is different from the AIP, and AIP now will be crafted based on our SIP. So again, from the general objectives set in the SIP, the school community planning team shall prepare the AIP. If this is your first year of implementation, you have to make the AIP for year 1. The annual implementation plan template found in Annex 10 should be able to help you craft your AIP. Again, our annual implementation plan template can be found in Annex 10 of DepEd Order number 44 series of 2015. So please attach a copy of the project designs of your AIP to the AIP so you can easily go back to it when you review the implementation of your AIP for years 2 and 3. So take note. Notice that your AIP for years 1 to 3 are based on the general objectives and targets set in the SIP, while the SIP is aligned to the objectives and targets to the division goals, which is in turn tries to actualize the DepEd vision mission. So check this alignment before you proceed to the next steps. Again, gikan sa strategic or division strategic goals of DepEd Lanao del Norte Division, you will make your general objectives and targets in your SIP. And from that general objectives and targets in your SIP, you will be formulating now your objectives and targets now for your AIP, which will be now in align to the division strategic directions to your SIP and then to your AIP. Okay? So, let's discuss now the different parts of the SIP, the document that we will be submitting to the division office for approval. So, first page, ani lang, uniform na tatanan. Let's have a uniform format of our school improvement plan. Just simple, avoid too much color of our documents. It is a formal document, so it is better to have less color, only black and white ang ato ang makita karon diha sa ato ang school improvement plan, except for the pictures, the needed graphs that we will be presenting in our school's current situation, which will be our school report card. So we have here the cover page. Kanilang siya, the headings facing the document. The left side will be the logo of the seal of the Department of Education. Then we have the headings: Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 10, Northern Mindanao, Division of Lanao del Norte, then the address. And then facing the document, you have the right side will be the logo of our division, DepEd Lanao del Norte Division. And then we have school improvement plan. After that, name of school, name of your school, then school ID, school address, then one picture only of your school. So kamo na mo pili kung unsa nga klase ning nga picture, one picture only of your school. After sa school address, then at the last part of your cover page will be the school year 2022-2023 to school year 2024-2025. Wala na term nga enhanced school improvement plan. Let's have a uniform term, school improvement plan. So school improvement plan, name of the school, school ID, school address, picture of the school, and then the school year 2022-2023 to school year 2024-2025. So this will be our cover page. Okay. Next, certificate of approval. We will be utilizing the same citation of our certificate of approval that we used in the last SIP cycle. So we have the headings again, and then certificate of approval. The undersigned hereby approved and supported the implementation of the 3-year school improvement plan. We have open close parentheses, school year 2022-2023 to school year 2024-2025 of the name of your school and of course the address of your school prepared by the school community planning team or SPT composed of the following. Remember at least how many members of our SPT? We have at least 7 members that is gender not gender biased, but we have kanang a fair gender in terms of the composition of our school community planning team. So we have the SPT member name, then we have the position, and we have the signature. Do not submit your school improvement plan in the division office without the signature of the school community planning team members. So it must be signed first by the members of the SPT before it will be endorsed to the division office for approval. Then we have some modification of our certificate of approval checked and reviewed by yours truly, and then the Chief Education Supervisor of CID, Dr. Maria Eva Isidon. Then we have also the Chief Education Supervisor of SGOD, Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin. After being checked and reviewed by the 3 personnel, it will be recommending approval signed by our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary T. Masesar. In the last SIP cycle, the certificate of approval was approved by our ASDS in the given the authority by the SDS. So for the new cycle of our school improvement plan, it will be approved now by our schools division superintendent, Dr. Edelberto L. Oplinaria, CESO 5. So basin na ay mga, for example, naka-mention si Sir Eddie sa atuang nga basin, there will be chances for reshuffling of or transfer of superintendent. So I hope nga atuang paspasan ang pagpa-approve nato sa atong school school improvement plan or SIP kay basin mapariha ta in the previous SIP cycle nga nagukod-gukod ta sa atuang previous superintendent kay tungod wala pa na-approve ang atuang SIP. So karon mintras wala pa joy a final say kung naabay transfer or wala, so we need to have our SIP approved by the SDS as soon as possible. Okay? So this will be our certificate of approval. So 2 pages pa lang to. We have the cover page and of course the certificate of approval. Next part of the SIP document that we will be submitting to the division office for approval will be the part 1 of the SIP, which is the DepEd vision, mission, and core values statement. Direjud kadalasan siguro mga 10 to 20% of the schools diri nagka-problema nga nabalik ang ilahang SIP for correction. It is because there are some error, grammatical error or wrong statement of our DepEd vision, DepEd mission, DepEd core values. So para uniform ta, no copy paste of picture from the internet kay base na ana pud ta mugawas na pud dira ang plagiarism, so there will be a conflict of interest. So let's have a uniform format in writing our DepEd vision, mission, and core values. Encode our vision, mission, and core values, and it will be look like this. Title: DepEd vision, mission, and core values. We have DepEd vision. Vision, VISION. It's only one S. And the statement of our DepEd vision: we dream of Filipinos who passionately love their country and whose values and competencies. Diri na punta na sayop in the previous cycle, kay giuna nato ang competencies kaysa ni values, but the correct statement based on DepEd issuance, we have whose values and competencies enable them to realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully to building the nation. As a learner-centered public institution, the Department of Education continuously improves itself to better serve its stakeholders. So this will be the DepEd vision statement. No more explanation. That explanation, that share DepEd vision sharing statement nato, that will be used now in the preparation, in the crafting, in the planning phase, in the preparatory activities, in the assess phase. But in the plan phase now, we will just present now the DepEd vision. Maorag yun. And the same with our DepEd mission, MISSION. And this will be our DepEd mission to protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education where students learn in a child-friendly, gender-sensitive, safe, and motivating environment. Teachers facilitate learning and constantly nurture every learner. Administrators and staff, as stewards of the institution, uh, ensure an enabling and supportive environment for effective learning to happen. Family, community, and other stakeholders are actively engaged and share responsibility for developing lifelong learners. One of the sana siya, nga masayop ang mga principals, ang schools in the last cycle, family, community, and other stakeholders are actively engaged with ED and share without D. Okay, actively engaged and share responsibility for developing lifelong learners. And last, we have DepEd core values, makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, and makabansa. Dili pwedeng irambol, makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, and makabansa. So that composed now of the 3 pages of our SIP, the cover page, the approval sheet, and of course, the DepEd vision, mission, and core values. Next part of our school's current SIP will be the school's current situation. And for our new SIP, for the next SIP cycle, the school's current situation will be our approved SRC for school year 2021-2022 with signatures of the division officials. Tomorrow, Ma'am Ivy Humawan, our Senior Education Program Specialist for Monitoring and Evaluation, will be presenting and discussing to you the parts of the SRC. Nagsugod na ta karon last year and karon nga mid-year nato on the submission of our SRC. So make sure that you have now the SRC for the whole year, for the whole school year of 2021-2022 because that will be used now as your school's current situation in your school improvement plan. No more discussions. So kung approve na ang ato ang SRC, automatically just have a scan copy of that SRC and that will be the part of your school's current situation. Now, question, Sir Bridget, basin og naami additional information, some profile of our schools that are not included sa amuang SRC. So make sure that in the crafting, in the preparation of your SRC, these informations are already incorporated. I already talked to our SRC division coordinator, Ma'am Ivy, and we agreed that some information will be can be incorporated now to the SRC following the 3 main parts of the SRC that will be discussed by Ma'am Ivy tomorrow. So para wala na tayo daghang problema tungod kay last year more than 50% of our SIP were returned for correction. It is because the discussions, the sentence structure, the grammar, the presentation of idea, kay wala kaayo siya na construct og maayo. So for this time, para dili na nato na ma-experience, this will be one of our interventions that our school's current situation, since our basis now is school report card and the profile now of the school, which is also included in the SRC. So why not have your SRC approved by the division, school's division superintendent, and have that as your part of your school's current situation. So again, akong Usbon, our school's current situation will be the scanned copy of your approved SRC for school year 2021-2022 with signatures of the division officials, approved and signed by the school's division superintendent, Dr. Edelberto L. Oplinaria, CESO 5. Okay, so that will be the second part of our SIP, aside from the cover page and the approval sheet. Again, approval sheet, cover page, approval sheet, then DepEd vision, mission, and core values, and school's current situation, which will be your approved SRC. Therefore, you cannot submit your SIP if wala pa nimo na pa-approve ang imuhang SRC or school report card. Okay, and tomorrow I will be sharing to you the process flow chart kung kanusa ang submission of SRC o kanusa pod magsugod ang ato ang crafting of the SIP following the basing the approved SRC and other templates that we use in the crafting of our SIP. Next, the next part of our SIP document will be the planning worksheet. Planning worksheet ra jud siya, walay labot na ang ato ang annual implementation plan. Wala na po'y labot diha nga i-present ang ato ang project designs. We have the project work plan and budget matrix. Only the planning worksheet. And I would like to present to you now the simplified format of our planning worksheet, which is also still anchored sa planning worksheet attached to our DepEd order number 44 series of 2015. So we will be using this template. Column 1, priority improvement areas. Column 2, the programs, activities, and projects. Column 3, general objectives. Column 4, the root cause or root causes. And last column will be the time frame, which will be divided into 3 columns, one for each school year. School year 2021-2023, 2022-2023, school year 2023-2024, and school year 2024-2025. Let's have an example. For example, the priority improvement area will be on the pupils' reading skills. So based on the brainstorming and activity conducted by the project teams, they formulated a solution or a design or a program, and they call that Bata Bata Paano Ka Bumabasa program. So for instance, this will be now the program of the school formulated by the project team and accepted by the SPT, and the general objectives to decrease number of non-readers from 10 to 0. This will be our format so that it will be specific, to decrease number of non-readers from 10 to 0. Your main objective, which is to decrease a number of non-readers, and then what will be the specific target? So from 10 to 0. So kanang 10 karon diha, that will be your current situation in your school based on your SRC. So based on your approved SRC, you presented that there are 10 non-readers, so that will be your baseline in the crafting of your planning worksheets, in the making of your general objectives. Nganon general objectives man siya ang gitawag nga kurang specific man kay siya pagkagama. We term that as general objectives because this objective will be the objectives now for the next 3 years. Okay? So ang kanang zero karon nga non-readers, for instance, in this example, that will be your target for the next 3 years. That will be achieved now for the last implementation of your SIP cycle. So for example, to decrease number of non-readers from 10 to 0, so imo da yung tanaw na plano dayon mo karon which will be manageable sa school, di ba? One of the consideration, it must be manageable ang ato ang objective. So kamo na dayon ang SPT mo oy magbuot, dili kami because kamo ang nakabalo karon sa inyong situation, kamo ang nakabalo karon what is really happening in your respective schools. So kamo may mag-igo karon if this will be your target to zero the non-readers of your school. So imuha karon bahin-bahino na siya for the 3-year implementation of your SIP. So for instance, from 10, you will decrease that to 7 in year 1, which will be school year 2022-2023. Then from 7 in that year 1, you will decrease that to 4 in the year 2, which will be the school year 2023-2024. And at the end of your SIP cycle, you will achieve your general objective, which is to decrease the number of non-readers from 10 to 0. Okay, so that will be the directions that we will be using in the crafting of our planning worksheets. Again, we have only 5 columns: priority improvement areas, the POPs, the general objectives, root causes. Also identify the root causes there. You also present the root causes, and then time frame. Will be divided into 3 years. Before the SIP that we have or utilizing, check lang taan nga kani i-implement nato nganong naa naman tay karoy target. It is because in your SIP nga i-submit, wala na diha ang annual implementation plan, project work plan, and budget matrix. So dili na namo na siya makita. Okay ra unta tong check kung gi-attach ang AIP, project work plan, and budget matrix. But for this, wala naman siya, dili na nato siya i-attach, only the planning worksheets will be presented. So instead of having the check marks for the implementation of that programs, we need to specify the target. Okay? So for example, ang imuha karong current situation, only one non-reader, one non-reader in your school. So dili pwede nga ang imong general objective kay 0, then dili pwede nga mo ingon lang kadira og 0.5 kay wala may 0.5 nga bata, no? So in the first year of implementation, you will achieve now your general objectives. So dili pwede nga imuhang i-stop ang imuhang program, which is bata-bata paano ka bumabasa program, because basin of in not implementing that POPs, basin og mo increase na po ang ato ang non-readers. So we'll just continue that, and in our time frame we have 0, then 0, 0. Both pa sa your objective for the 3 consecutive years in the implementation of our SIP will be no non-readers in our respective schools. Again, so note, planning worksheet should be categorized into goals based on the division strategic directions. What I am presenting you now is the planning worksheet example for quality. So you need to categorize your planning worksheets if it is under the access, quality, and governance. You have two options. Pwede nimo gamito ng access, quality, and governance, or you need to follow also the three major parts of the SRC, so that align jud siya ang ato ang SRC, which will be the school profile, the improving learning outcomes or the learning outcomes, and of course the implementation or accomplishment. But I suggest you can have kay pari-pareho ra man gyud siya, kay the access, the quality, and the governance is also included as the key performance indicators discussed in the SRC. But to make it easier, to make it simpler, let's focus on the division strategic directions that I am presenting to you based on your priority improvement areas. Categorize that into access, quality, and governance. Okay, so when we talk about access, we are achieving universal participation. We're talking about dropouts, we're talking about JER, we're talking about NER, we're talking about intake rate. For quality, we're talking about the learning outcomes, the academic performances of our learners, and of course, the reading skills of our learners. When we talk about governance, these are the programs, the activities, the projects that we are implementing in our respective schools. What are the levels in terms of the human resource development? So apil po na siya sa ato ang table for governance. Okay, so this will be the planning worksheets. You can have that siguro two two pages or 2 to 3 pages for our planning worksheets. Okay? So, mangutana siguro ta, asa na dayon mahita or asa na mo ibutang ang AIP project work plan and budget matrix. I will be discussing that for the next presentation. So, the last part of our school improvement plan document that you will be submitting to the division office for approval will be the monitoring and evaluation. So we will be utilizing the same or uniform template for our monitoring and evaluation. We have 7 columns for our monitoring and evaluation template. First column will be the name of the projects. You need to list all the names of the projects that you will be implementing. Second column, the project objectives and targets. Third column, date of monitoring. Fourth column, accomplishments or status to date. Fifth column, the issues, the problems or the challenges. Then sixth column, the recommendations or action points. And the last column will be the signature of the school community planning team members and project team leader. Okay, so in submitting your document with the monitoring and evaluation, ang naara dyan sulod anak karon kay ang column 1, 2, and 3. No? Usa na sa atong mga findings, atong last SIP cycle, nga gisubmit nga monitoring and evaluation, naanay recommendation, naanay challenges, naanay accomplishment. Subot pasabot, nahuman siguro na og implement ang ilahang solutions or interventions. So for our SIP for the next 3-year cycle, only submit evaluation, monitoring and evaluation with the 7 columns nga na ang 1, 2, 3 columns ra ang naay information. The name of the project, project objectives and targets, date of monitoring. Okay, so that date of monitoring dapat naka-indicate po na siya sa ato ang project work plan and budget matrix, and that will be remembered by all members of the SPT and project team members because the monitoring and evaluation together with the help of other members of the school governance and operations division will be monitoring the implementation of the SIP, and we are very particular to the date of monitoring you provided in your monitoring and evaluation tool. Okay, so please take note that the name of projects, the project objectives and targets should be aligned to the project objectives and targets presented in the planning worksheets. It is because the project team formulated the project work plan and budget matrix. Nagbutang sila di adto og name of the projects and the project objectives and targets, and that will be reflected now to the objectives and name of the projects or PIAs in your the PIAs in your planning and worksheets ug align po na dayon sa atong monitoring and evaluation. So there will be an alignment from the budget matrix and project work plan to the planning worksheets and then to your monitoring and evaluation, so that we will monitor and evaluate what we need to monitor and evaluate. Okay, so let's have the recap. The parts of the SIP to be submitted to the division office: school improvement plan cover page, followed by approval sheet, then followed by the DepEd vision, mission, and core values, followed by school's current situation, followed by the planning worksheet, then last will be the monitoring and evaluation. And take note that your annual implementation plan, the project work plan, the budget matrix, attendance of the meetings, invitations, minutes of the meetings, and other templates and attachments and other necessary documents that you utilize and you use and as your proof that you really prepared and implement the SIP following the guidelines must be compiled in one envelope or folder. Okay, this will be compiled in one envelope or folder. You will need these documents, for instance, in the monitoring and evaluation of the SGOD and of course in the conduct of SBM evaluation. This is very crucial. Usa yun ni siya sa mga gipangutana sa taga regional office and central office. What will be the process, no? Unsa ang process nato in the crafting, in the preparation of our SIP, and what are your MOVs? So this will be our MOVs that we really followed the steps, the guidelines in the crafting of our school improvement plan. So however, kani siya nga mga documents will not be included in the SIP to be submitted to the division office for approval. Only the cover page, approval sheet, part 1, part 2, part 3, and part 4, which is the monitoring and evaluation. Maura na siyang atong isubmit, and once I receive now a copy of your SIP for approval, then once approved na siya sa atong schools division superintendent, I will contact you. No, I will call you or email you that you need to send to me a copy, no, soft copy of your annual implementation plan as also basis in the division office in the monitoring and evaluation. So ang isubmit lang kanilang yung akong gi-present ng mga parts of the SIP. So, what are the output check that you need to have? The different outputs that will serve as your MOVs in the monitoring and evaluation, and of course in the evaluation of your or in reviewing your OPCRF so that you can receive a good grade in your OPCRF. So your team should be able to accomplish the following. We have root cause column in the planning worksheets. Then your team should also accomplish the list of possible solutions. Then your team should be able to accomplish also the project work plan and budget matrix. Then your team should also should be able to accomplish also the SIP with signatures of the school community planning team members. And of course, the team should accomplish the annual implementation plan template. Again, another question na po siguro nga makuan sa tong hunahuna, who will sign our annual implementation plan? It's because dili man siya namo mas ma-appeal to be submitted to the division office for approval. Ang inyong school improvement plan, that's already the 3-year planning nyo sa inyong eskwelahan, and that will be approved by the schools division superintendent. When we talk about annual implementation plan, like here in our division, our program management information system will be submitted now, and DEDP will be submitted to the regional office for the approval of the regional director. However, the signatories now of our division annual implementation plan will be the head of the office, which is our, and together with the top management and section heads. Now, kay mao man ay composition namo sa amo ang division planning team. Now, sa inyong eskwelahan, we have the annual implementation plan. It will be signed and approved by all members of the school community planning team, and that will be supported now with a signature on approval of the superintendent in your school improvement plan. So it's a very good basis na dayon siya for our work and financial plan. So making sure that ang ato amang dira is AIP must be based now to your school improvement plan. So school improvement plan will be approved by the division office, and in crafting your AIP, make sure that the different programs, activities, and projects that you included in your annual implementation plan still align to the programs, activities, and projects that you indicated now in your school improvement plan, which is also aligned to the division strategic goals. Okay, so again, the annual implementation plan must be prepared, signed, and approved by all members of the school community planning team. And once signed and approved by all members of the SPT, then that will be the document that you need to email to me or send to me once I will contact you to ask for a copy of that AIP. After that, so our superintendent will approve your SIP. Okay? So I think that ends my presentation. But before I will end, let me share to you one of the lines of Benjamin Franklin, and I quote, "By failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail." That is why we are having the preparation of our school improvement plan for the next three cycle, because we are preparing ourselves to succeed for the next 3 years. So that ends my presentation. Thank you for listening, and once again, good afternoon and mabuhay po tayong lahat. Back to you, Sir Job.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Bridget, for that comprehensive discussion of the second phase, and that is the planning phase of the school improvement plan. So, do we have questions from the group? Let me read from our YouTube live stream. None so far. I guess we don't have any questions from our participants for Bridget. So we call it a day for our first day. Huh?
I think, Sir John, we have from the La Proper IS, we have Dr. Apat has some clarifications about the presentations.
All I'm seeing are answers. Lala proper from Marilu Apat. The PSDS has no initials on those docs not to be submitted. Sir.
Sir John.
The question of Ma'am Apat is that the PSDS has no initials in those docs to be submitted.
Okay. So in the previous a cycle of our school improvement plan, we have it must be checked first by the public schools district supervisor, but they are already under the supervision and leadership of our chief education supervisor in the curriculum implementation division. So it will be redundant na siya. So actually that intervention nga, it must be checked first by the PSDS, is one of the initiatives of SDS GASO during that cycle and the crafting of that SIP cycle. But now we have the signatories, and part of that will be our chief education supervisor in the curriculum implementation division, which will be concerned now on the quality content of the paper in terms of the programs, projects, and activities relating to the improved learning outcomes of our learners, or on the programs and projects and activities in the quality part of our SIP.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Another clarification from Ma'am Almea Cabahog. Ang approved SRC, ang mid-year niya gipa-approve last February 10.
Okay, so the school report card will be well discussed by Dr. Humawan tomorrow. But when we talk about the SRC approved in February, right? In February or January, that's the mid year SRC covering only the key performance indicators that are applicable for the first semester of our school year, but it's not the year end SRC. What we will be needing now for our school improvement plan is the approved SRC for the whole school year 2021-2022.
Okay, thank you, sir. Another question from Mamamira Ampaso. What size of the paper we will be using and the font size?
Okay, ma'am. So, for government employee, for government offices, we are really mandated to use A4 size. This is the size of the bond paper that that the government offices are directed to use. So, we will be utilizing A4 size of the paper.
Font and font size daw po.
For the font size, wala sa tana any font size as long as we will adhere now, we will make it we will make it comprehensive, we can make it clear nga dili po kayo siya dagko kay nga font, dili po kayo siya gagmay siguro. The normal font size will be 12 and the usual font style will be some will use Times New Roman, some will Calibri, but I think it's not really necessary. Ang atuan lang karon diha is the template of our school improvement plan, making sure that all information will be visible, readable, and of course, it will be presentable to the readers.
Okay, so I guess all things are covered for today. Wala nang iba pang question. Meron pa. From Ma'am Amira Ampaso kasi kaka-open lang ng Punong Primary School and no SRC approved. So, yun na, let's move.
If the school is operating for the school year 2021-22, then you can have your approved SRC after the school year. Dr. Humawan will be discussing that steps or procedures on how to have that SRC for school year 2021-2022 approved. So don't worry, you will have all your approved SRC that will be discussed by Dr. Humawan tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir Ronnie Dominguez is positive. He will start right now daw.
Good, no? Do not wait. Ang ato amang God is we will be needing now the approved SRC. Mag-start lang siya after manggod siya sa school year. It is because one of the key performance indicators now in the SRC is the learning outcomes of the learners, and we need to finish first the fourth quarter of this school year, the grading period of the current school year, so that we can have the data that will be included now to our school report card. But some other indicators pwede na nato siya i-analyze. We can start analyzing our key performance indicators that the data are already in our hand. So we can start now the process of the SIP, but considering now the one of the key performance indicators that is the learning outcomes of our learners, so we also adjusted the timetable, the process flow chart of the crafting and implementation of our SIP. But it's good practice that while waiting for other indicators to gather the information of other indicators, we can now start processing, analyzing our key performance priority improvement areas for those indicators nga naanatay data. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and one more clarification from Ma'am Rose Macapobre. Regarding the signatories of the AIP, does it mean prepared and approved by then all SPT members will sign in one look?
Pardon, Sir Joe?
She's asking about the signatories of the AIP. So prepared and approved by lahat ng
Yes, the
SPT.
AIP will now be prepared, signed, and approved by all members of the school community planning team. We need also to consider our existing guidelines and policy in the Department of Education, that is principal empowerment. So you hold now the power in your school in terms also of the planning. That is why you as the school head is also the leader of the school community planning team. Therefore, one of the approving authority or signatories in the annual implementation plan. Just like the annual implementation plan that we have in the division office, since our school's division superintendent is our head of office in the division, so the approving authority will be our school's division superintendent, Dr. Edelberto L. Opinaria Sesafay.
Okay, no more? None so far. So
I
thank you.
saw one question of Dr. Apat. According to her, oh, this. Miss na nako ni si Dr. Apat. Hi, madam. According to Dr. Apat, you mean that the AIP and the rest of the documents are for our consumptions, and nakuha na nato na siya. Ang katong isa niya is, in the school's current situation as stipulated in DepEd Order number 44 series of 2015 has a narrative based on the school community data template. This will not be included. Okay, so mo to siya akong giingon kaganina, madam, that ang atuang school report card, we already talked with Dr. Humawan that some of the information, like the information that you have now from this from the school community data template will now be incorporated will now be incorporated to our school report card, so that usa na lang ang process natin ang pag-check sa school's current situation, because still our school report card will be the picture of the situation or the current situation of our school. So the data that you've gathered from the school community data template can be incorporated now to our school report card. And in terms of the presentation of the narrative siya kay the SRC kay it's a graph, then we convert that into narrative to our school's current situation. So pariha raman siya og information, the table or the narrative. So for the new cycle or for the next SIP cycle, we will be utilizing the graphs that you presented now in the school report card, which is approved by the school's division superintendent. From the field. Okay, tentative na siya. Okay, so tentative schedule daw for the submission of our school improvement plan. Believe ko ani ni Madam no o mga advance mag-isip. Okay, so thank you so much for that question, Dr. Apat. So we will be discussing that tomorrow on the process flow chart and timetable in the preparation and implementation of our school improvement plan. I think there's no more questions. If you have still questions in your mind nga dili nato wala to na raise karon basin niya katulog nato unyang gabi, madamguhan nato ang mga pangutana, so we can have that discussed before we will start the training or discussion proper tomorrow. So I think that ends our conference, our reorientation, day one of the reorientation of our SIP, and we will start tomorrow based on the division memorandum. We will start tomorrow at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, but the preliminaries will start at 8:30. The preliminary activities and discussion proper will be this will start at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. The topics for tomorrow will be School Improvement Plan Phase 3. This is the third phase of SIP cycle. Then back to assess, communicating to stakeholders the data included in the SRC, which will be discussed by Dr. Humawan. And after that, if we can have the afternoon topics to be discussed tomorrow in the morning, so we will discuss the SIP process flow chart and timetable so that we can have the whole afternoon session for our Katami. So thank you for your participation. Thank you for your cooperation. And I hope that you've learned something from our reorientation. We refreshed your minds, your what you've learned about the SIP for the last two SIP cycles, and I hope that what you've learned will be applied now in formulating, if in the crafting, in the preparation and implementation of the school improvement plan of your school for the next 3 years cycle. Thank you and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Okay,
Attendance lang.
goodbye. So we'll have the second serving of the SIP tomorrow. And for the attendance, can you look at the screen right now? It is shown on screen. So we have a running, how do you call that? A runner on screen. HTTPS colon bit.ly or bit.ly/attendance SIP 2022. So again, 2022 yan. Kulang lang yan ng 2. So yung attendance is in lowercase, SIP uppercase. Then followed by 2022, no spaces po. All right. So again, thank you so much for your participation. Thank you daw, Sir Jet, Sir Jong, Ma'am Jen, Ma'am Arlene, according to Ma'am Apat. From Dinalibo, thank you, Sir Bridget, Sir Jong. Thank you po, Upper Tugar, PS, Ma'am Grace Fuentes.
Bye-bye.
Ma'am
I
Joy
miss you,
Ignacio.
Madam.
Ma'am Amira Ampaso, Ana Lorraine Locot, Ma'am Vilma Manggubat, Julie Calibo, and Ma'am Rose Macapobre. Maraming salamat po. Ma'am Zoraida Kyoyo, Merchora Batingaw, and Ma'am Rojosita Pansi. All right, sir. Ma'am Cecilia Abalo, thank you so much also. See you tomorrow. God bless.